Recording in progress.
Mary Beth, I want to just make sure your mic works.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want me to turn on video for a sec to check or not?
We can. Yeah, we've got a few minutes. Oh, let me stop share. Oh, there you go. Yep, we can see you.
Well, good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all. Today we have a special group here, which we'll chat about in a second. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Francis? Thank you, Councilmember. City Attorney, would you please report out on the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session on 3 matters as noted on the agenda. One matter of labor negotiations with SLOPSOA and other noted groups. No reportable action was taken on that matter. There was one matter of real property negotiations wherein the council provided negotiating direction on price and terms related to some real property abandonment or relinquishment as noted on the agenda. No further action was taken on that item. And one matter of conference with legal counsel on the California Voting Rights Act district election demand. Council gave litigation direction, strategy direction, and negotiating direction, and no further action was taken on that matter.
Thank you so much. Well, today we have quite a few proclamations and presentations before we get to voting. Usually I would say for all the students who will be presented today as community service and recognizing their community service, I would say please stand, but it looks as if you are able, but it looks as though everyone is already standing, which is fantastic. I personally am just so thankful for the amount of community service hours that these students have spent really truly bettering our community. So thank you so much. I say to you all who are here, and also to anyone who couldn't make it today, that we are just very, very grateful on behalf of the whole City Council. And now I'd like to have Mila Vujovich-Labar present a presentation about the Mayor's Award.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Mila Vujovich-Labar. In addition to being a public school teacher in the San Luis Coastal Unified School District for 39 years, I have been active in the school community as a volunteer. It has brought me an immense amount of joy. My personal experience was the inspiration for initiating the Mayor's Award for Community Service at both San Luis Obispo High School and Laguna Middle School. These programs were started years ago, and they continue thanks to your support, Mayor Stewart, and the City Council. On behalf of the Laguna Middle School Principal Nathan Meinert, Vice Principal Christina Stamford, and the certified and clerical staff, we would first like to thank Mayor Stewart and the City Council for honoring 36 enthusiastic, caring souls this evening. It was a pleasure to have witnessed the metamorphosis of many of these committed people here this evening. Their volunteerism has benefited numerous nonprofits in our community. The award this evening is for students who completed 30 hours or more. Some of them have completed over 100 hours. Through volunteering, many of these young people have honed their interpersonal and organizational skills. These volunteer hours were made possible by the nonprofits in our community that continue to welcome student volunteers and the parents that entrusted their children to other positive adult mentors in the community. The ultimate honor this evening goes to the students being recognized here tonight. Their actions are, in a sense, the very fibers of our strong, vital, healthy, safe community. Some people here are familiar with the words of the great President John F. Kennedy, who stated the famous words, "Ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do, not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." These middle school students have demonstrated that they understand that directive. They have completed volunteer work in addition to succeeding in the classroom, on sports teams, and in extracurricular activities. Their community service work has helped them with time management and critical thinking skills, both of which will serve them well in the future. Their volunteer hours also provided them with self-confidence and new hands-on skills that they may not have had a chance to be exposed to in the classroom. I would now like to honor the following recipients, and students, if you'd be so kind as to just give a wave so that the council can identify you. Addie Schuberg, Evan Aquino, Henry Aron, Lucy Beck, Nicole Bramer, Ava Connolly, Quentin Kramer, Grayson Derringer, Meredith Drake, Christopher Estrada, Brendan Forrester, Gracie Grant, Amy Grant, Cassandra G., Grayson Hickey, Thaddeus Huff, Seth Jose, Molly Carlskint, Alexis Kirchner, Sophia Kwong, Corbin Lewis, Kai Lawanog, Natalia McCarley, Catherine Noland, Kendall Peterson, Zoe Peters, Celeste Rawlings, Ruby Rose, Eva Sarabia, Nevea Sandhu, Addie Schuberg, Timothy Sang, Leah Siciliano, Quincy Stowe, Hamali Taylor, Haley Sow, and Grace Tuttle. In closing, Mayor Stewart and City Council members, thank you for acknowledging our wonderful teens. They are our future. Their integrity, determination, passion, and compassion should give everyone great hope and optimism. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Vujovic-Labar, and thank you so much to everyone in the room. We greatly appreciate your work. And if I could calculate 30 times 36 people times 15.50, that's a lot of money that you have helped in this invest in this community through your time and energy. So thank you so much. Next, we get to go on to the Public Works and Utilities Week proclamation. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead. Thank you. And thank you to all the family who came and supported your students as well. Well, thank you for the staff to leave some room for all of the family members. We really appreciate that. And excited to see Mr. Matt Horn and Aaron Floyd, the Utilities Director and Public Works Director. And we'll go ahead and read the Public Works and Utilities Week proclamation. So whereas public works and utility services are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the citizens of San Luis Obispo, these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works and utilities professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. It is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in San Luis Obispo to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and utilities programs in their respective communities. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works and Utilities Week in the city of San Luis Obispo, and I call upon all citizens and civic organizations to recognize the contributions which public works and utilities officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words?
Oh, sure, thanks. Very well done, by the way. Wow, it's amazing. Okay, so I have the same speech that I gave you guys last year about Public Works Week, but I figured I'd reuse it because it's really a great speech, and it's short too. So I'm pleased to be accepting this proclamation on behalf of Public Works and Utilities. Thanks, Aaron. So as you guys all know, Public Works, the profession came about in the 1800s and was after that pandemic that we all got together and said, hey, maybe we need clean water, maybe we need to take the trash away, maybe we need to take care of our health in this way. And so that's how Public Works kind of came to fruition as community members started living denser together. We needed to maintain our community in a different way that we had in the past. So we survived that pandemic. We survived our last pandemic. We survived some fairly large storms this winter, thanks to our great Public Works and Utilities staff. So as you know, we have staff that do planning, design, construction, and maintenance operations for roads and bridges, sidewalks and trees, parks and landscaped areas, water and sewer infrastructure, engineering and construction, and of course, mobility and parking. We are available 24/7. Although, you know, we tend to like to work during the day if possible, but we are available at night if needed. And then, of course, we're staffed with all kinds of different professionals, technicians, operators committed to providing essential services for the community. So I'd like to thank you for the recognition this year. It's a big deal for us. And I'd like to remind everyone to come out next week for Farmers Market. Well, we're going to have a lot of great stuff. So on Thursday, we're going to have our new electric bus that'll be out there. Yeah, it's first time the community will be able to touch and, you know, sit on it. We'll have a couple electric Ford Lightning pickups. We'll have our new pressure washing trailer that's been customized to be able to clean the downtown sidewalks. Of course, backhoes, skip and drags, Parks mower, always a big hit with the kids. And then, of course, our boom truck. So thank you very much. Sorry for taking a little bit of time, but I appreciate it.
You are welcome, and I feel like you need a few of these to hold in all of your offices. Okay, and next we have National Foster Care Month. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we have Cassie DePayne from the Program Specialist on behalf of the SLO County Department of Social Services, who I will give Cassie the certificate as soon as we finish reading the proclamation. So whereas the City of San Luis Obispo recognizes the importance of providing children safe, healthy, and loving homes when they are unable to remain in the home of their biological family. There are more than 420,000 children in the United States in the foster care system. More than 28,000 children in California are in the foster care system, and there are over 250 children, youth, and teenagers in the county of San Luis Obispo who are in the foster care system. To help these children have a healthy, loving, and stable home environment where they can thrive and feel connected to a community that cares for them, and to support the resource families that provide these critical homes, the City of San Luis Obispo is acknowledging National Foster Care Month to raise awareness about the need for more resource family homes in our county for local children and join other organizations to celebrate resource families in our community. Excuse me. This effort, along with similar celebrations in all 50 states and the District of Columbia, will offer children the chance to live with healthy, loving, and stable resource families when they cannot live with their birth families, and encourage other dedicated individuals to make a powerful difference in the lives of a child through, make a powerful difference in the lives of a child through resource family care. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby hereby, maybe I can speak today, hereby proclaim May as National Foster Care Month in the city of San Luis Obispo, and in so doing urge all citizens to join in a national effort to raise awareness through the importance of foster care and resource family care. I don't see Cassie here, unfortunately, but we will make sure to get this to the right people at the SLO County Department of Social Services. Now we're switching gears quite a bit, and we will move over to sewer and water rates and the water supply update presentation. We have with us today Utilities Director Aaron Floyd and Utilities Business Manager Shane Whittington. The water and sewer rates and the water supply update will be provided.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Aaron Floyd, Utilities Director, and I am joined by Shane Whittington tonight, our Utilities Business Manager. We have a two-part presentation for you this evening. The first is on our water supply updates, which I will be presenting, and council or the community members that might want to read a little bit more about this item or a similar item to this is really expanded upon in item 6D of the consent agenda for the Water Resources Status Report. The second part of our presentation this evening is it's an overview of the proposed water and sewer rate increases that will be in front of council on June 6th. And Shane will be presenting that part with a little more information on the need behind this request for the rate increases. At the end of the presentation, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Well, we've experienced an amazing winter, and with a lot of rainfall in there, our city's 3 reservoirs are actually full right now. The reservoir capacity is exceeding not only our seasonal averages, but this is also the first time since the 2005-2006 winter that all of our local reservoirs have been full. As of today, and I did call up there to confirm, Whale Rock and even Salinas continue to spill over the top of the spillways. So as you can see in the graphic right there, we are at 100% capacity right there. And currently in storage, we have about 60,000 acre feet just in storage without Nacimiento. This is the first time that Whale Rock has spilled for us too, since 2005 and 2006 winter. So Whale Rock has been spilling for several months with the peak discharges equaling approximately 1,000 acre feet every day. To kind of put that into some context, at its peak right there, Whale Rock was discharging in 5 days what the entirety of the city uses in a complete year. So pretty impressive. As we've also grown accustomed to, the Salinas Reservoir in years where we have large rainfall events like this has filled and is also continuing to spill right now. Unfortunately, the water that was coming into the Salinas Reservoir was of such magnitude that we had a lot of sediment in the water, and it actually made the water pretty difficult to treat, and it wasn't until about mid-April that we could actually start utilizing that water supply again. But we are pleased that we are able to treat Whale Rock and Salinas right now, and both of them remain filled to capacity. Unfortunately, when the Salinas Reservoir starts spilling and going down the Salinas River, as you can see in these pictures right here, the flows coming down the river actually cut into the bank on the side and exposed and washed out part of our Nacimiento pipeline, about 800 feet of it, which can be seen in the 2 pictures, both from the side, the black line going up, and you can also see it in the right-hand picture there to really see the impact that has had on it. So the Nacimiento pipeline is down right now. County of San Luis Obispo staff who actually operate the Nacimiento project and pipeline for us are estimating that the permanent repairs on the Nacimiento line could take up to 36 months to actually do the full repair because it is so substantial in what is being required of it. For this reason, and for the fact that that permanent repair is estimated to cost between $6 million and $8 million, we are anticipating that FEMA and Cal OES will be able to cover about 93% of that, but that does still leave the city with a cost on the permanent repair of approximately at this point, and these are still pretty rough numbers of about $275,000 to $385,000. Of those remaining costs beyond the 93%, we will be splitting that by the Nacimiento contract with our partners in that project. However, that's a long time to be without our Nacimiento water supply. So in order to quickly return to utilizing that water supply, which we typically use about 85% of in a given year, we are looking at a temporary service line as well on that. So County of San Luis Obispo is doing an excellent job in helping us to return this line to service. We are hoping to have about 2/3 of our normal Nacimiento flow back online, and we're aiming for that temporary fix to be in place by about September of this year. And the current rough estimates on that Highline project for a temporary fix is about $350,000 to $550,000. Even with the reduced delivery capacity from Nacimiento, though, the city's water supply modeling showed that the city has over 10 years of available water based on our current reservoir demands. And I'd also like to say that we are in excellent shape, as I would again encourage people to read in item 6D. And even with the high quantity of water available, we're also pleased to announce that we actually have high quality water right now as well. Our customers should be receiving a copy of our annual water quality report. So hopefully all of you have received that and our customers have received that in their mail. The document's also available on our website. So in years with exceptionally high rainfall, we often hear the questions about, well, shouldn't rates go down because now we have all of this water available? Unfortunately, reservoir capacity, rainfall, and drought have little impact on our water and wastewater expenditures, whereas supply chain issues and widespread inflation that we have seen over the past couple of years have had a significant impact on that need for those expenditures. So to explain more of that, Shane.
Thank you, Aaron. As Aaron had alluded to, increased rainfall and full reservoirs really don't have an impact on the amount that the Utilities Department expends on an annual basis. Really what that's driven by is our fixed costs, which account for about 85% of our costs, and then also our variable costs are not really driven by water supply, but more by water demand. So in other words, it's not how much water we have, it's how much water our community uses that really affects how much it costs to deliver those services. Jumping into the water and sewer rate updates, in October of 2022, we did our comprehensive rate analysis, and we're continuing to do that. And this can really be summarized best in two parts. So we have our rate revenue requirement study, which really identifies what the rate revenues need to be to support the operations on an annual basis. And just for illustration, in fiscal year 23-24, our proposed rate increase is 8.5%. And what that means is we need an 8.5% increase in revenues to support the cost of operations, and 4% for sewer in the same year. The second part of that comprehensive rates analysis is the cost of service study, which looks at the proportional cost of delivering service to the different customer classes. And what this really does is it takes the water and sewer use characteristics of the different customer classes and identifies how much it costs to provide those services to the different customer classes. So the 8.5% doesn't necessarily hit all customer classes the same for water. And as you can see from the graph, residential and multifamily, the cost to provide those services is actually more than 8.5%. And for non-residential and irrigation, it's actually less than 8.5%. These findings were mailed to our community very recently and were proposed, the rate increases on the screen in front of you. Another way to frame this in a way that's a little bit more tangible is the average residential family, average residential monthly bill will increase by about $13, assuming that you use 6 units of water and 5 units of sewer. And to frame it yet another way is a cost to deliver a gallon of water is roughly 2 cents, less than 2 cents. So what's really driving these cost increases? As Aaron had alluded to, there are specific commodity costs, as well as general inflation. Jumping right into it, one of the big drivers for rate increases is actually chemicals. Huge amount of volatility in the last couple of years, with some chemicals increasing by more than 100%. And what that overall impact looks like is about $300,000 more in fiscal year 23-24 than fiscal year 21-22. Additionally, electricity is expected to increase between January and September of 2023 by as much as 40%. And that's probably going to hit commercial customers like the utilities department more than the average residential bill. And the impact of that is about $1.5 million more in fiscal year 23-24 than 21-22. And that is one of the larger drivers for proposed rate increases in general. Another big driver for cost increases is construction costs. Over a 2-year period, we saw about a 30% increase in the construction cost index. But what I really wanted to zoom into here is the graph with the blue line, which pulls the producer price index information for water and sewer main, plastic water and sewer main. And for that specifically, we saw about a 150% increase. And that is something that is really essential for all of the water distribution and wastewater collection projects to replace and maintain our aging infrastructure. And this last factor that we included here that is really feeding into the cost of providing water and sewer services is just general inflation. While I called out some of these other specific commodities, general inflation, like the rest of the community, hits the cost of providing water and sewer services. And it's hard to quantify how that really affects the cost of operations. But the municipal cost index did see an 18% increase over a similar 2-year period. Going into cost reductions, so the utilities department really has tried to mitigate the impacts of escalating prices in construction in this particular case. More than $20 million has been obtained in grant funding over the last 5 years. And a lot of these projects are really aimed at increasing resiliency and efficiency so that downstream in future years, the cost of operations will actually be lower. Cost control for ratepayers. As I had previously mentioned, energy efficiency projects have been a big thing for us. Both the treatment plants, wastewater and water, have done energy efficiency projects. For the water treatment plant specifically, the design is, it's expected to reduce electrical demand by about 20%. And we've also obtained a grant for a Tesla battery in the amount of $3.2 million, which should help with reducing peak demands, what we call peak shaving, which should help with electrical prices as well. So of course, we're gonna try to pursue additional grant opportunities to help with capital project delivery. And then also, something else is what we've reduced our default sewer cap from 8 units to 5 units. And what that means is for new customers, it has the potential savings in the amount of $30, about $30. And we really suspect that this will help customers that don't necessarily have long-term stability with where they're living. So think renters. We also do offer financial assistance up to 15%. And I do encourage anyone that needs this assistance to look at our website or call our utility billing team to see if they do qualify. There's some income requirements or co-enrollment in things like CalWORKs or CalFresh. And for anyone else that is interested in hearing more about rates, exhilarating topic, we are conducting a community rates, or a water and sewer rates community forum on May 18th, this Thursday. And we really had the intention of providing this opportunity for community members to ask questions about their rates and voice any of their concerns so that we can have the experts there to help address any concerns that they may have. And they are also very welcome to attend our public hearing for proposed rates on June 6th.
Wonderful. Thank you for that thorough presentation. I had a question. You said $30 savings. Is that per month, per year? One time? I don't have the button.
That's correct. It is $30 per month. And that will primarily assist, again, as Shane had said, those folks who move into new residences who might not have an established track record on their sewer cap right there. So it's a reduction. Our default was 8 units per month, going to 5 right there. So it's roughly a $30 per month savings, until which point they establish their own sewer cap. So we
Makes
do think
sense.
that will be a significant help to those people who do find themselves opening new accounts on perhaps an annual or more frequent or less basis.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
I think you,
There I am. Okay. Just a quick question for people who want to see if they qualify for some of the fee reduction programs. How would they go about doing that?
Okay, there goes red. We have that information on our website, so they could either go to the website right here, which is slowcity.org/CAP for Customer Assistance Program. We have a QR reader. If someone wants to freeze their screen real fast and take a picture of that, it should bring them there. We also happily accept phone calls into the Utilities Department, 781-7215. That's our general line, and even if you get close, we will get you to someone right there that can tell you what the requirements are, not only for our customer assistance program, but there's also a couple others that would work for folks both in the city and in the region. So we do want to share that information out.
Okay, and then my other question is about the impact on energy costs. You mentioned in your slide that we anticipate seeing increases in costs for energy to run our facilities. But then you also talked about some of the improvements that we've made to try to be more efficient. So in the fees, have we already realized some of those efficiencies and you're able to figure them in, or how do we know if we'll still gain something and maybe our rates need to be adjusted further?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we have actually taken a forecasted viewpoint of what we anticipate those savings to be right there in our moving forward budget. What that allowed us to do is when we saw those significant rate increases associated with energy in the 40% range on some of those, to really not have to come to council and community with an ask for that. So those already are baked into what we do anticipate. So those future anticipated savings are baked in there. Small buffer, but those are already baked into that equation right there. So we don't anticipate a further reduction. How we handle that though, so if we do have the opportunity to continue to make efficiencies and move forward on that, or we are finding that we are doing better with perhaps our new cogen unit and some of those, there's also some of the art in here that we have a new WRF coming online. So we're anticipating based on the engineer's design, what we're going to be utilizing. If we do find that, we can come back to council and actually ask for less of a rate increase.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And can you repeat that number again? 781-7125?
Close, 7215. 781-7215.
Thank you.
Thank you.
215, okay. Vice Mayor Marks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a follow-up to Councilmember Shorsman's question. The County of San Luis Obispo has finally signaled that they want to join Central Coast Community Energy. And the Policy Board has accepted that in their meeting earlier this week. Generally, that results in energy costs that are about 20% lower than PG&E, and agencies such as a city also is eligible once the unincorporated area of the county is actually able to benefit from that program. We don't have a date certain, but again, could energy costs come down with us joining 3CE, with the county joining 3CE?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in addition to helping us meet our climate action goals on that, we are also looking forward to that opportunity should it go that direction. It's our current understanding that the time frame on that would be about 3 years, City Manager Johnson, I believe, when we might see if that was to go that direction. It might be 3 years before the city was to join 3CE. Is that roughly correct?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Marks. This is an item of considerable discussion right now in front of the California Public Utilities Commission, which had recently just adopted a resolution denying the early enrollment, requested enrollment for Tascadero. And so we're actively working on purchasing our resource adequacy and other avenues to make sure that we can give the confidence to the CPUC that we have the necessary adequacy to serve these new load serving entities such as the Tascadero in the county. We'd hope to have the county unincorporated areas, which would include many of the utilities facilities in our service area as soon as 2025. I think that's, we hope to be a very good assumption. We're trying to work on tie-ins for many of our resources that we're adding to the grid, but it's probably too speculative to know right now. There are hopefully some bills that will clear that up. I think another factor is why we need to be somewhat cautious about assuming rates is the policy and the operations board, which Councilmember Marks and I sit on respectively, will be looking at rates because there's a significant amount of volatility. So I would say there's the windshield, so to speak, the financial windshield, so to speak, is a little too foggy for us to kind of forecast where we might be. And so I think for now, we're probably hedged on the current rate structure.
That makes sense. Thank you. Any other questions? The last question I had was, it wasn't really a question, I guess, is with the chemicals. I mean, I remember looking at that in the draft budget and just such a high amount, and looking at construction. I mean, you have to do the best you can to estimate, but really, do you want to share a little bit more about how you estimate the costs and how you get to the point where you're at? Because I know as people are concerned around the rate increases, and so why are we there? And I mean, I know you just shared that, but I just feel like there's just a little bit more that might be helpful.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Shane, can I ask you to go back to that slide? So what we've been able to do is take our current operations, scale it, and make sure that, we're still anticipating treating about the same amount of wastewater and water moving forward. We have a pretty good track record right now of really being able to budget the volume on that right there. And then we go out periodically with new chemical bids to our producers and distributors on chemicals, and then they are able to provide us with their cost right there. So we actually have some somewhat firm costs from the manufacturers and distributors on that we can extrapolate moving forward. Similar to what Councilmember Marks and City Manager Johnson spoke of, though, on 3CE, with the new WRF coming online, we will be tapering off of those right there. So we tried to bake some of that in there as well. So we will be going off of some of those chemicals. So it is nice that we will be a little less exposed to the volatility of that current chemical market right there, as well as it will also help us meet some of our climate action objectives.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I think we are set. Any other things you'd like to add?
Just we would love the community to come out and see us on Thursday night from 6 to 8 in the library community room. And depending upon the size, we will either be able to talk to everyone individually, or we'll deliver a very similar presentation starting at 6:30, and we'll go from there. And happy to have folks call with questions to the utilities office, or look us up on our website, and there's a lot of great information on there. Thank you for this opportunity to share what we've seen so far from the winter, the great news there, as well as the challenges ahead of us in the fiscal realm, and for your questions related to the proposed water and sewer increases coming up on June 6th.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think that the community has lots to see between the electric bus and lots of other electric vehicles from the Public Works, and of course the water presentation for utilities. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, there was one more question. Councilmember Pease.
More of a comment and just gratitude, which shows up mostly in the consent agenda, but there's just been some awesome work in the utilities department. Just super pleased with the water management, the water quality, also the groundwater cleanup that we're seeing go forward, the reservoir cover, just a lot of great stewardship of our water resources. Just want to share the appreciation there on behalf of all of us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. All right, next we have another presentation, and Mary Beth Redding is from Foster & Foster, and will be sharing about our CalPERS discretionary payments and future payments, along with the finance director, Emily Jackson. We'll be listening to or seeing Mary Beth on Zoom or Teams or something online, and we'll get set in a moment.
Good evening. I'll go ahead and kick off the presentation tonight. Just wanted to sort of provide a quick background of how we got to this point. So back in 2017, CalPERS made some policy changes to the way they manage all of the pension plans for their member agencies. And one of the things that caused was a very significant uptick in the cost to pay down unfunded liabilities for many agencies. We were not alone in that, and so back in 2018, with adoption of the 2018-19 budget supplement, the council, at staff's recommendation, activated a fiscal health response plan that had 3 components that were intended to assist the city in reducing operating expenditures, generating additional revenue, and then engaging with discussions with the labor unions on cost sharing in an effort to control the city's portion of the pension costs. So the agenda correspondence that was routed about a week and a half ago includes some information on progress made to date, and that is the crux of the presentation that Mary Beth will be presenting this evening. The good news is that we have made good progress. We've done what we set out to do. We've made additional payments and additional payments in addition to just paying our normal cost year over year. And so that's really good news. The bad news is that, of course, there are things beyond our control that affect unfunded liability amounts, most notably the investments that PERS makes that unfortunately in bad years negatively impact all member agencies. And so the big issue that we're currently wrestling with is that at the end of 21-22, CalPERS experienced a 7.5% loss in their investment returns, which is again increasing costs for all member agencies. And so Mary Beth is an actuary from Foster & Foster, so a third-party actuary who kind of took a look at our pension plan. She made a very similar presentation back in 2017 when CalPERS made the adjustments, and is back this evening to talk a bit about where we were in 2017, where we are today, and then where we would have been today had we not been taking the actions we've been taking in terms of additional payments and cost sharing with our employees. So I will go ahead and hand it off to Mary Beth, and we'll have a bit of time for questions at the end.
Okay, thanks very much. And thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for having me here this evening to talk to you. I'm going to, rather than go through the whole thing in the agenda, I am going to just pull up some selected slides that I think tell a lot of the story and review them with you. And then we'll have time for questions and anything else you want to explore together. So I'm going to start with some background about CalPERS just to make sure we're all on the same page. The city participates in CalPERS. CalPERS is the largest of the United States pension funds that has about $450 billion in assets as of today. It's administered by a board that's partially appointed, partially elected by the members, and it administers all the CalPERS system in accordance with state laws. Okay, so they're following laws. They don't make it up as they go. Things CalPERS does is calculate the benefits for retirees and pay out those monthly benefits to retirees. They invest that $450 billion to try to get the best and most stable return they can. And then of immediate concern, following the policies established by the board under state law, they calculate the required contributions that each employer has to pay every year. And I really want to emphasize that the city has always paid what's required. And as was mentioned, they've paid additional amounts in the past several years. Okay. The CalPERS is a defined benefit pension plan, so it's not very much like 401k plans that people may be used to. Retirees get a monthly annuity that is calculated by a formula. It's based on some percent, like 2% or 3%, multiplied by an employee's service and their final pay. And that's a pension amount that's guaranteed to them for life. They do get a limited cost of living increase up to about 2% a year. This is funded by the employer, but employees also pay a significant share of the cost as required. But the employer pays all the remainder of the cost, including making up for shortfalls that happen due to poor investment return. If everything was going as we would like, we would have as much assets set aside in CalPERS as equal the value of benefits earned to date by all the employees and the retirees. That is not the case for the city or for most CalPERS employers. So that's really what we're talking about today, how to deal with that. I want to start with a chart that was in your packet. This tracks the funded status of the plan back to CalPERS's 2015 valuation, June 30th, 2015. That's what we were looking at in 2017 when we first started talking with the city about what to do about the unfunded liability. At that point, the city plans were on average about 64.5% funded. And it's really kind of disappointing to look forward 7 years and say, you know, where we are now is still 64.5% funded. What are we doing wrong? Well, the city's not really doing anything wrong. You've been paying the required contributions plus extra. CalPERS has had some years in that time period of poor investment return that's really pulled down the funded statuses. But in addition, they're kind of moving the goalposts as they go along. Over this time period, they have lowered the discount rate, meaning the value of benefits we're trying to achieve is larger and hopefully more realistic. The lifespans of people are measured in a more realistic way. So hopefully, even though we're the same funded status we were 7 years ago, it's a more accurate measurement of where we are. In addition, so in this graph particular, the blue bars are where we would have projected back in 2015, where we projected we would be today. The red bars are where we actually are, so actually a little bit better than we had projected. The green bars are where the funded status would have been had the city not been making the additional payments. And you can see there is not huge, but there is a benefit there to the additional amounts that have been paid. Okay. I'm going to show you some slides separately for the two CalPERS plans you maintain. One is for sworn safety employees, police and fire. And the other one is for what we call miscellaneous employees, who is everybody else. This slide is sort of a focus on the last 3 years, zooming in on the funded status of the plan. There's two sets of columns for each year. The multicolored bar on the left shows the accrued liability, the value of benefits earned to date for employees. In 2020, that was close to $250 million, and the assets were just under $150 million, leaving a $93 million unfunded liability or shortfall. And what's a little bit distressing to me as an actuary is that we didn't even have enough money to cover the retiree liability. And that's not a magic number or anything, but it's just kind of nice to see that we have enough money at least set aside to pay the retirees. It's not a worry for the retirees. I want to emphasize that. We don't allocate money out to each person. They should not worry about their pensions, but it would be better if there was more money. In 2021, CalPERS had great investment return. We actually got the asset value up enough to cover the retiree liabilities. The unfunded went down to $78 million, but we're projecting for 2022. We don't know the exact breakdown, but we think that the unfunded liability will be back up to about $95 million, mostly reflecting CalPERS's asset loss in 2022. If we zoom back out again, I want to add a little more context to this seeming inability to get the funded status up, and do that by going all the way back to 1994, which is the left-hand set of bars on this graph. What you're looking at are a series of red bars that represent the value of the plan's liabilities, the amount we owe. You can see back in 1994, it was really small compared to today. And the green bars are the value of assets in the plan. And back in the early days, we had more assets and liabilities. The assets have kind of been going up and down over time as investment results go up and down, but the liabilities have been growing very, very steadily year over year. And so it might seem as though our progress towards fully funding is very flat, but really the liabilities are growing. The assets are trying hard to catch up. They can't do it. They can't earn enough money just on their investments, and it's really going to take a lot more money from the city to close that gap. Looking forward to what the plan is going to cost going forward, we have these charts that show contribution rates as a percentage of pay. I'll explain that in a minute. The green line is our current projection of where the rates will be for the miscellaneous plan. This year, we think you're paying about 45% of pay. The next couple of years, it'll be 43, 44, 45% of pay, meaning that for every dollar you spend on salary for a miscellaneous employee, about 45 cents is going to CalPERS. This includes the amount the city has negotiated with its unions to pay part of the cost that should be paid by the city. And it includes the additional contributions of just under $2 million a year for the next several years that the city has committed to pay to CalPERS. So all that considered, you see the rates staying high until about the early 2030s where they drop off, very, very slowly come down over time until the 2040s. They level out at about 7.5% of pay. The reason the rates are going down is because the city has paid off the unfunded liability over that period of time. And you've paid it off by putting a lot of money into CalPERS. Okay. The blue line, by contrast, illustrates where rates would have been had CalPERS not had the 7.5% loss, but had instead earned the 6.8% they target. You can see the rates are 9 or 10% of pay lower had they made their target investment returns. So this shows you how much impact 1 year's investment return can have on the amount the city has to pay. It's a huge difference. And the takeaway from that is that the amount of contributions required by CalPERS is going to be very volatile going forward in the future. We expect ups and downs, and there will be ups and downs. Breaking apart just in dollars, just to show you where the contribution rate's coming from. I apologize, this is a busy graph, but I think the numbers might be instructive. If I start at the bottom, this is the miscellaneous required contributions over the next 10 years. The blue line that's actually negative shows that the employees are kicking in $400,000 to $500,000 a year towards what the employer is required to pay. The purple line shows the $1.9 million the city's committed to pay as an extra payment every year. The peachy colored line that's pretty flat is the amount of benefits employees are earning every year. And the red line is the payment towards the unfunded liability. This is the biggest piece of the cost, and the increases over the next several years are really what's driving your cost increases. And altogether, that gets you to the total required payment, $11.3 million in the current year, and $12.8 million out in 33-34. The final graph for miscellaneous just shows sort of a reality check for us to show that, yes, indeed, our projections show the plan will be fully funded, not till the early 2040s. And part of the reason it takes that long is that for everything that happens, CalPERS schedules it for it to be repaid over 20 years. So the 2022 asset losses actually don't finish paying off until 2044. Okay. Go really quickly through safety. The slides are very much the same for safety. The unfunded liability amount is pretty similar to miscellaneous. We're projecting $84 million underfunded for June of 2022. Skip a couple slides. This shows the contribution rates for the safety employees, and it's very different than miscellaneous. You kind of have to zoom in and read those numbers. But if you remember, for the miscellaneous group, we were talking about rates of 40, 45% of pay. For miscellaneous, we expect those rates in the early 2030s to be over 90% of pay. So for every dollar you pay in pay, almost the same dollar, 90, 91, 93 cents goes to CalPERS. Eventually, we've made enough progress towards paying off the underfunded liability, and the rates will drop ultimately to a rate of about 15% of pay. It's higher than the miscellaneous group because the benefits are more expensive. And if you look at the difference between the green line and the blue line, so what impact did CalPERS 1 year of poor return have? It is close to 20% of pay. So almost double the impact that we saw in the miscellaneous plan. And again, the takeaway from this is that the safety rates in particular are going to be very volatile going forward, as CalPERS has up and down years. I'm going to skip this slide. For safety, it's pretty much the same. And look at my final slide, which is the expected contributions going forward over the next 10 or 11 years. Kind of explain how we see these going in dollars. The purple bars at the bottom are the projected contributions for the miscellaneous group, fairly level over time. The blue bars are the safety contributions that grow a fair amount over the next 11 years. And the little spot of green on the top of the first several bars is the additional $2.5 million that the city's committed to pay every year in addition to the regular contributions. And so a couple takeaways from this: we're projecting that the city has about $180 million unfunded liability as of June 30th of 2022. You can see that the additional payments, the $2.5 million every year, it's a big number, but it's not really that big compared to the regular contribution you're already paying. So what's really paying down the unfunded liability is the regular amount that CalPERS is billing you every single year. That's a lot of money. The addition, I'm not saying you shouldn't be paying extra, because every amount you pay extra saves the city interest and helps pay down the liability faster. It's just really small and often hard to see. But in the long run, it will make a big difference. So that was my last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for going through all of that incredibly in-depth information on CalPERS. I know a lot of people are still very concerned around what that looks like, and appreciate the time, both Emily and Mary Beth. It's weird not looking at Mary Beth, but any questions from my colleagues? Okay, I think, you know, one question I do have is, we talk about all the time about saving the city money through the interest, but also that means saving taxpayers money. What does that work out to each year, that $2.5 million on saving the community money?
I'm afraid I can't answer that off the top of my head, but I will tell you that CalPERS does charge you 6.8% every year on the unfunded liability. So in year one, you save 6.8% of $2.5 million, and the next year you save 6.8% of a little bit less. And so it adds up typically to something like $2 million of savings, as a wild guess.
Thank you. City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and I think Mary Beth did a great job explaining that. That's been our calculation as well. It's, you know, over the 30-year term, if you run the numbers out on an actualized basis, that's what you would come up with. So it's almost 1-to-1. I think that, you know, the policy question is going to be, you know, you see the graph that's in front of you, that the last slide that Mary Beth showed is going to be, you know, the trade-offs, right? Because you're essentially spending money today for future savings. And I think, you know, that is always something that I think, you know, I always wrestle with, in terms of, you know, depriving current taxpayers of services and improvements at the expense of saving future dollars, understanding that the past is what got us into this situation. So I think, you know, certainly your policy today is going to be to prioritize additional discretionary payments, or I would say additional, because we have budgeted ones already. And so I think as we come back, and your first chance to really look at this will be for your report that'll come to you in September of 2023, when we have the unaudited books and we have a preliminary indication of how we ended the financial plan or the current fiscal year. Of course, we've baked in some assumptions, but I think that'll be one of the first indications where we'll need probably some preliminary discussion and policy direction about how we want to proceed moving forward.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Beth. That was a wonderful presentation, incredibly informative, and really enjoyed how you broke everything down there. I had a question that's perhaps for staff, and then we talked a little bit about this earlier in the day, but I think it might be useful to describe the pension trust and some of the objectives we're hoping to achieve with utilizing the pension trust.
Sure. So like we talked about earlier today, there's a number of different mechanisms that the city can use to set aside money to pay either normal costs or additional payments in any given year or into the future. So a couple months ago, we finalized setup of a 115 trust with through CalPERS. We have not deposited any money into that trust yet, but that is on our radar and one of the things that we would like to do, pending what things look like at the end of the year. The intent of doing that, is going to vary from agency to agency. Like Derek noted, we've forecasted, factored in our normal costs as well as our additional payments into our long-term forecast, but we can't predict what the future looks like, right? And so if we head towards a recession and we're in the position to not be able to make our additional payments, we could then pull money out of that trust to make those payments. If we were in really, really dire straits, and I don't think that we would get there, but if we got there, the 115 trust would also be available to pay our normal cost in any given year. And so there's a couple different approaches we can take. I mean, the benefit of depositing money into the 115 trust is that it's a managed investment, and so CalPERS handles that for us. We don't know yet what that looks like because we haven't deposited money into there, but that is the benefit essentially of the 115 trust, is that it's managed, whereas if we held on to it on our own, we would be managing the funds and might not be able to get the best, as good of a return as CalPERS might be able to get. The other thing that is beneficial with putting money into the 115 trust is that at that point, it is designated for pension costs. So whether it's normal costs, additional payments, or additional payments, whatever we do with that money needs to be focused on paying down the unfunded liability. The same can't really be said if we were to set aside money in our own fund. Council would have future councils would have considerably more discretion to, take that money out and spend it on something else. And so it's a really kind of solid and safe place to put it to ensure that that money goes towards paying down unfunded liability.
Thank you for the backgrounder on that. So with that in mind, with our current additional discretionary payments end in the forecast in 28-29. So if we had the trust in place, would that then ensure that we would have those additional discretionary payments then mapped out going forward?
It could. Okay. I mean, that's a policy discussion that we're going to have here coming up, because 28-29 is really not that far away.
Right.
And so, that was sort of the initial plan. But as we talked about this evening, things change. And so that is a discussion we're going to need to have coming up. And so, we could make those additional payments beyond 28-29 using any balance in the trust, or we could make a decision to continue to factor those into the long-term forecast.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Francis.
Again, sorry.
Clarify some things just to make sure that I was clear about where we were at. So I remember about a year ago, I think before Councilmember Francis was on council, we talked about the 115 trust, and I thought we had already designated $2 million to go into the trust. Okay. And then I think in the short term, if I'm remembering correctly, we were not projecting in our 23-25 proposed budget. We haven't actually seen it for sure yet, but that you were just anticipating, recommending leaving that $2 million there and not necessarily adding to that in the next couple of years. Is that correct? And then, but in addition to that, we would have our normal payments that we would project in our budget to pay in 23-24, and if possible, additional discretionary payments as well. So they're kind of three different things that operate alongside each other, and then that 115 trust would just be there to use if we needed to in the future, correct?
All of that is correct, yes. So there's normal cost, additional payments, and then additional payments. And so the first two are factored into the forecast, the third is not.
Perfect. And then I guess maybe this is a question for Mary Beth, and maybe it's a little bit hypothetical, but we see what happened, what the result is of a bad year. I know from my experience in the county pension trust that our experience over the last couple of years is very up and down. So what is sort of the opposite effect of a really good year should we happen to have one?
Well, luckily, the impact of a really good year is almost the flip of the really bad year. CalPERS does have a policy right now that in a really good year, they're trying to lower the discount rate and move their investments to be a little more conservative. That kind of siphons off a little bit of the good return. But for all intents and purposes, they pretty much are opposite and even things out. So we hope that there's good years to match all the bad years. Fingers crossed.
Thank you. That's what I was kind of getting at.
The smoothing, shall you say, right?
We hope.
Yeah, we hope. Well, thank you so much. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? All right. Well, thank you so much, Mary Beth, for explaining all of this and giving us kind of a pseudo forecast for what this looks like going forward as best as you can.
Thank you very much.
Emily, anything else to add? All right. Well, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back at 6:58. Well, thank you so much for coming back and visiting us for the council meeting. City Manager, would you like to provide your report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'll be brief tonight. Just got to cover a few highlights. Just in fact, a few minutes ago, on our first slide for tonight, we just sent out the save the date. So we will be hosting the city annual State of a City address. And so you please join myself and Mayor Stewart on June 1st, 2023 at City Hall to get updates and insights on the city's progress and future. We'll discuss the latest developments in the city, including updates on infrastructure improvements, economic, growth, and community initiatives. We'll be highlighting some of the city's accomplishments over the past year and then share the vision for the future. Following the address, there'll be a Q&A session. And there'll be opportunities to have some meaningful dialogue with other city leaders. So again, the event will take place on June 1st from 6 to 7:30 at City Hall. Doors will open up at 5:30 and the program will begin promptly at 6 o'clock. And it will be recorded, so if you miss out, it will be recorded. Typically, we've seen upwards of 500-600 views following the event, so sometimes we may not have huge attendance, but we've seen that uptick following the evening's presentation. I'm also happy to announce the award of the Human Services Grant. You may have seen some of the reports in local media following the press release. A total of $150,000 in grant funding was provided to prevent homelessness. Here is just some examples of the funding that we provided. $8,400 for the Waterman Village that's provided by Smart Share Housing Solutions. $10,000 for rapid rehousing for homeless prevention assistance to 5 cities homeless coalition, and $10,000 to homeless prevention for CAPSLO. So thanks to our entire team and our DEI office for making this happen and focusing on getting these grants out to the community. Also, would just reemphasize some of the points that Mr. Floyd made earlier, and we're asking that the community join us this week on May 18th for the Utilities Department on a community forum regarding rates for both water and sewer. And we'll answer some of the interesting questions of what do rates pay for, why are rates increased, why are increases being proposed, how could they impact me, and is there any financial assistance available? And so that's from 6 to 8 o'clock over at the library community room. We also heard from Mr. Floyd earlier tonight about our monthly reservoir level update, and I love this graphic. It really tells the story about how our current reservoirs are full and their capacity that's available to all the providers. And so we're at 100% for our Salinas Reservoir, 100% at the Whale Rock, and 95% in Nasi Mano Reservoir. And just remind the public tonight that on our consent calendar is a report, a water resources report, and there's a lot more information about the city's current water conditions. Next, moving forward, the North Choro Greenway is under construction. And the total construction is expected to go through mid-2024. So the first work effort is a multi-use path through the property adjacent to the church, connecting Foothill to Ramona, and that should be complete by the end of the summer. So if you go by there today, you'll see a lot of the formwork underway. You're also seeing some of the curb cuts and sidewalk expansions that are being done. Specifically, some of these are curb extensions, so they'll really slow down some of the movements and are intended to reduce some of the conflict points at some of the intersections. And just as a reminder, the total project includes about 1.7 miles of bike and pedestrian and pathway improvements. It also provides a lot of multimodal connections to the downtown, school, parks. There are, I think, close to 50, if I recall, enhanced pedestrian crossings, 40, and curb ramps and multi-high visibility crosswalk markings. We have new street trees, improved stormwater management capabilities, and then as you come into the neighborhood, some public art and safety lighting at the US 101 Choro Streetway Freeway undercrossing. So some pretty significant improvements. You'll see the project really start to take fold both on the ends, and then so we'll then kind of build to the middle is how the proposed project will proceed. Speaking of other improvements, construction for our pedestrian crossing improvements started on May 1st and is expected to be completed by July. And so there will be rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or RRFBs, and curb ramps upgrades at 4 crosswalk locations. And these are at Johnson and Sydney, South and King, Osos and Islay, and Broad and Islay. And some information that helps both the community and the council just recall why we're installing these. According to the Federal Highway Administration, RRFBs enhance crosswalk visibility, increase driver awareness, and improve motor yield rates by up to 98%. So pretty significant improvements for our community. The crosswalk upgrades at these locations will improve connectivity to schools, parks, neighborhood greenways, and other facilities. And as part of the Johnson-Sydney crosswalk upgrade, there will be a road diet on Johnson Avenue between Bishop Street and Laurel Lane, reducing the number of travel lanes from 4 to 3 lanes. Additionally, the width for the bike lane buffer and the center turn lane will be adjusted for easier access to side streets and residential driveways. And then the road diet is anticipated to result in lower speeds and collision rates along Johnson Avenue corridor. So typically after we install improvements, we do speed studies and other traffic studies to ultimately see what is the impact of these types of changes. Next, I just want to invite the community to some ranger-led hikes. So the ranger-led hikes will include bilingual interpretations in collaboration with staff from the California Native Plant Society at Reservoir Canyon Natural Reserve on Sunday, May 21st from 9 to noon. You can meet at the Trailhead Kiosk at Reservoir Canyon Road. You can bring water, please bring water and appropriate clothing for cool or hot weather, so pay attention in advance, along with sturdy trail shoes or boots, and it's approximately about a 2-hour hike at a moderate level. Next, shifting to an update on our winter storm recovery, and here's a picture of our San Luis Drive project. So work continues on many different infrastructure projects in coordination with FEMA Public Assistance Program. And so last week we began our onboarding of our recovery consultants who are subject matter experts in the FEMA program. And just to update the council, San Luis Obispo has not been added as the March storm major disaster declaration, which activates assistance program. And so we're monitoring along along with other of our county partners. And with that, that concludes the city manager's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. You had pictured San Luis Drive there, and I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of an update on progress of that project and timeline for it.
Thank you. I'd invite Director Horn to come up. I think we've cleared some hurdles with PG&E and got some utilities, overhead utility lines out of the way, and I know some boring was beginning today, so.
Yeah, it's actually, it's an amazing, complicated project in a small space. There's a lot of things going on right there. So, of course, we have San Luis Creek. Of course, we have a couple diesel lines. Of course, we have a medium gas line right there, and then a 20-foot vertical cut. So the solution is to drill some large holes and put some beams down there and create basically a wall to keep the road functional and safe on one side and the creek functional and safe on the other side. So the materials are starting to come in right now. We're starting to drill holes that are away from overhead utility lines. And so as we get closer to the utility lines, we'll need to remove those utility lines, the overhead electrical power out there. So we don't want to have those two things come in conflict right there. So it's probably going to take about 6 months to get through this project. This project roughly is in the $3 million mark as far as value to the community. And so we're doing that under a force account, time and materials basis right now. Did I miss any questions?
Thanks for the update.
No problem.
Great, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. A lot of folks are noticing the work on the railroad safety trail, the new fence that's going in there. And, you know, of course, it is an inconvenience for some, but a safety factor. Can you just remind us that that's an obligation that the city has taken on and we're fulfilling that obligation to Union Pacific, right?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, just by way of background, when we were able to successfully permit the railroad safety trail, oh gosh, probably about 12, 15 years ago, and secure the appropriate easements, we made an agreement for the use of those easements in coordination with Union Pacific. And so one of the ongoing obligations of the city amongst many was to install some sort of barrier to keep people or to try to prevent people from going onto the tracks. And so the fence that we installed at the time had become into a state of disrepair. And so in some of our discussions with Union Pacific, as we were negotiating over the bridge that now is adjacent to California, that continues the railroad safety trail, they reminded us of that obligation. And so as part of our 21 to 23 financial plan, we came forward and council agreed to budget the necessary funds to replace that fence all the way from Orcutt all the way to the Jennifer Street Bridge. Longer term, as we know, is that we're going to see the need and for more pedestrian access between particularly Broad Street and kind of the Sinsheimer Park neighborhood. And so longer term and conceptually, we do have an additional pedestrian bridge similar to the Jennifer Street Bridge that we would want to engineer and install. We currently don't have that forecasted in the capital improvement program. That will require a fair amount of work and cooperation by many different partners. And I think in talking to some of the engineers, the grades are a little different. And so it'll require some significant amount of ramping to make all of that work, but confident that our team can get that worked out when the time comes. But in the meantime, we should have that fence wrapped up probably in the midsummer time frame as they kind of proceed. You see them going now today from kind of the Jennifer Street Bridge, and they're working their way towards Orcutt.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's funny, I had that exact conversation with a community member yesterday as we're walking on the path. So can you refresh my memory on the Johnson and Johnson Road Diet and the Bishop to Laurel? I thought we were holding off on that. Are we not?
Madam Mayor and council members, we're holding off on the full diet. So there's just some lane reductions that are happening in and around that particular crosswalk. And, you know, Luke isn't here. I don't know, Matt, if you want to jump in, but my understanding is that we needed to do some lane reductions to achieve the safety improvements. We didn't want to have any unnecessary weaving that happened as we kind of neck down the roadway. But Matt, you probably can give a better answer than I can.
Sure, but not all the way down to Slow High.
No, not all the way down to
just
Slow
making
High.
sure.
Yeah. So just like the nuance here is, council probably remembers, we were planning on implementing the full road diet with this arterial project, but we backed off on that to try to do our pilot project, get the roadway striped, narrow down, reduce the lanes in combination with our pedestrian improvements that are happening, and let people have a chance to use and provide feedback on that. So that's the confusion going on right now, is we will implement the pilot project, we'll get some good time for feedback, and then we'll implement the permanent changes at the appropriate time, not with the current project that's out right now.
Great, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that was confirmed before we ended this.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
I think the further clarification too is that the portion that will be done sooner or now-ish that's already under construction is from Bishop to Laurel only, not from Bishop down to San Luis High. That was the part that needed a lot more further examination, if I remember correctly.
Great, thank you so much. Now we get to move on to the public comment item, or sorry, public comment for items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, do we have any, commenters?
I have one, Christian Hooligan. I'm not sure if he's here or not. Doesn't appear.
Okay, well, if Christian comes back, hopefully he can let you know. We'll move forward then to the consent agenda, and consent agenda is, of course, items that are not supposed to be controversial. And so if there are items that you would like to speak on that are on the consent agenda, now is that time. And to my fellow council members, anything you would like to pull? Okay, great. Oh, maybe. Councilmember Shoresman.
I don't want to pull anything, but I do want to comment on something when that's appropriate.
Got it, thank you. Any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. And thank you for this slide. I don't know if anyone noticed the last meeting, we have been adding to the visual of the awesome consent agenda items that we have, because really, we have so many amazing things that are happening at the city all the time. And if we talked about every single one of these, we'd be here till 2 in the morning. If not longer, but genuinely want to make sure you all are seeing what we're seeing as we read this huge packet. So any, I know we have a comment, and then if you would like to move anything, Vice Mayor Marks.
When the time is right, I'd like to move the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to draw special attention. You're right, there's a lot of good stuff happening here in the consent agenda, and especially wanted to note the new potential funding opportunity to help support our MCU and some of our mental health efforts to assist people in difficult situations through the police department. I understand that's a funding source that our mayor brought to our police department's attention, and so just a great opportunity to supplement, hopefully, some stuff that we've been doing already that's really good.
Thank you. One of the things that is really awesome is watching everyone in the entire U.S., all the city mayors come together and talk about key issues that we all have. So was really excited to see that our police department is moving forward with that grant. Free money is always the goal, to help us do more and more and more. Any other comments? Okay, Vice Mayor has moved. Do I have a second? Councilmember Francis.
I'm happy to second.
Great, thank you. City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Next, we have the public hearing and business items where we get to vote. The first thing is to appropriate funding for the Infrastructure Investment Fund for the real property acquisition of 1106 Walnut Street. And I believe City Manager will be presenting on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So happy to present tonight. Our recommendation tonight is to approve the purchase of the Walnut Street and then appropriate funding in the amount of $5.7 million from the Infrastructure Investment Fund to the Capital Outlay Fund for the acquisition of 1106 and the creation of a capital improvement project to address security, IT, and other costs, and then to adopt a resolution approving the amendments to the 22-23 budget for the purchase of said building. So moving to the next slide, you'll see, and I just will walk the council through for future needs. A 2021 space needs assessment was conducted by RRM that indicates that the police department would need a total of about 34,000 square feet without an EOC and 37,000 square feet with an EOC. And so I want to provide, just to orient you on the screen, on the left-hand side of you'll see a graphic that orients you with the current police station. It indicates that the site is about 1.2 acres, 62 parking spaces, and that the existing facility is about 15,000 square feet. Across the street, which is the subject property of the Walnut property, is 11,000 square feet, 34 parking spaces, and approximately 0.87 acres. Its overall general benefit, as you can see on the graphic on the far right, just shows the relationship to other city facilities consistent with our general plan that looks to consolidate and cluster governmental facilities downtown. So moving to the next slide, just want to highlight some of the building highlights and potential uses. This is certainly a very unique opportunity for the city to obtain and build an additional already built office space that could be modified through adaptive reuse to offices or future public facilities or a myriad of other uses. The parking space value alone to the city is probably worth a considerable amount, given the amount of per space cost that we're looking at with the Cultural Arts District parking structure. And if you recall, when we were looking specifically at the proposed public safety center, a considerable cost of building the public safety center was all of the parking that was required. And so I'm excited about having this opportunity, because I think the building represents an opportunity for having an EOC and for us to be very thoughtful and cost conscious as we think about potential uses, and particularly about the construction of a public safety center. And I'll just share with you, actually, I think this last week, the Pismo Beach City Council received the awards and is, I think, expected to award this week their contract for their public safety center, which is about the same size as what we were contemplating before we looked at this property. And ironically enough, the bids for that project at about 34,000 square feet came in at $52 million. So, it seems to validate the costs where we were. And so I'm excited to see the opportunities moving forward that where we can explore this site. So moving forward to the next slide, our policy guidance, we've followed the city's adopted financial management manual for the property acquisition. And so tonight, the request is twofold: to look at the purchase agreement and approve the funding to complete the purchase, and to create a new CIP for some building improvements. As we go down to the next slide, just to walk the council and the community through how we got here today, is that back in November, we came to council in closed session, and they authorized negotiations and authorized staff to enter into a purchase and sale agreement and began due diligence. We've spent roughly the last 6 months on inspections and our title reports, and we've identified some needed quote fix-its. We negotiated with the seller who increased the purchase price to complete some of the repairs, and so we negotiated some of that repair work be done upon the tenants vacating, which is happening right now. And then just this last spring, we identified some technology and security requirements to essentially prepare the building for public use and in order for staff to occupy. And so, which brought us to our briefing with council on May 2nd to discuss the final terms and conditions and the financing to accomplish the acquisition. So the deal points, moving to the next slide, is that roughly the purchase price is $4.4 million and includes the escrow credits and repairs to the building. And we've included in the staff report some details about what those repairs are. The total costs are 5.7, and that includes anticipated and projected costs for security fencing, some technology upgrades, and then any unanticipated costs as we dig into the building, and then last, to pay back some initial costs that were advanced through our Ventures and Contingencies Fund. So the funding source, and this is exactly what we anticipated and contemplated, is the Infrastructure Investment Fund, and that would be paid out of the current budget. We anticipate closing escrow on July 15th. And so you may be asking yourself, or the public may be asking, well, how is the Infrastructure Investment Fund going to be repaid? And so you may recall that as part of the financial plan, when we came to the council with strategic budget direction, we believe that between the forecasted savings and revenues from the current financial plan, plus some unneeded balances in our debt reserve fund, that we'll be able to restore some funding to the Infrastructure Investment Fund. Hedging that, that depends on the timing and when we might receive repayment from FEMA, because we may come back to the council in September as we learn more about that timing, because I'm very concerned we want to make sure we have the funding necessary if any additional emergencies emerge. The bottom line is that the Infrastructure Investment Fund, even without the payment, will have the necessary funds to fund the projects that we forecasted for the foreseeable future. Largely, the money that's in that fund today is a combination of funding that was derived from ARPA funding, and in addition to our 1090 dollars, and some funding that was advanced as part of our work on the Prado Road overpass. And so our Prado Road projects, let me just say that in general. So that essentially concludes my staff report, and we move to the next slide. And we'll go to the recommendations, back to the recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was quite brief for such an intense project, quite honestly. And I'm so appreciative of all of the staff who got involved in kind of seizing this opportunity to really find ways to help the community actually be able to spend less money with what we're doing on potentially police station and other remodeling of other work we have to do in other buildings. So great work. Any questions? Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, so assuming that this is approved tonight, and I know that we've talked about this a little bit already in closed session, but just for the public to know what our time frame would be. You mentioned the current occupiers, the current tenants are vacating the facility right now, and then we have some improvements that we'll be doing. So when would the public start to see people from the city moving into that space and utilizing it?
So if we could go back to, sorry, I skipped over it, slide 8. It gives you some additional timetable. So depending on the action tonight and then the council's adoption of the budget, or in the advancement of the existing CIP, we close escrow on July 15th. Matt, I don't know if we have a sense of what the timetable would be to advance some of those improvements. But I think the intent is to have some soft occupancy and utilization of the building, so that there isn't a period that it's not occupied, and so that we have a presence there to ultimately protect our value.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. And honestly, I think it would probably take us about 6 months from the occupancy date of July to get all the improvements done. But as Derek indicated, people are going to be in that building from day one, kind of moving on as we get all the infrastructure in there to actually facilitate it. So the fiber connections, some fencing around the outside. So about 6 months is, my best estimate right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any public comment?
No, there are not.
Well, that was quick. All right, time for deliberation. Councilmember Shoresman. No.
I was just going to offer to make a motion unless there was something that anybody else wanted to discuss.
Councilmember Pease.
I'd be happy to second that with gratitude for, again, seeing an opportunity and making it happen.
I think you can go ahead.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to seeing in the next 6 months or so what that looks like. Okay, so next we have the budget, the third quarter budget review. And we have, of course, Natalie Harnett and Emily Jackson to give us a brief presentation. And of course, we'll go through questions, et cetera.
Red is, oh, okay. Red is good, sorry. All right, thank you. So Emily and I are here today to present you with the third quarter budget report, which provides a status update on the city's financial condition as of March 30th, 2023. This is a receive and file item, so there's no action required. The quarterly reports are required as part of our budget policies. They also provide a great opportunity to kind of bring council along through the year and address any positive or negative trends that we're seeing in the budget. We'll also touch on some of the major accomplishments in the third quarter, and in particular with this update, we'll also provide a status on our year-to-date storm costs. So starting with the general fund, overall things are looking really good as of the third quarter. However, we do have to keep in mind that there are over $3.4 million in unbudgeted storm costs. Tax revenues have remained really strong and will likely exceed our budget projections for the year. However, this is partially offset by our fees for service that are underperforming a little bit. Specifically in Parks and Rec, the golf course took a huge hit driven by the bad weather and the closures at the golf course. So there was a total of 65 days this year that were closed due to the weather conditions. Additionally, some storm damage to the creek bridge connecting the course had limited play opportunities. We're also seeing development review fees trending a little bit below expectations. However, these are a bit lumpy, so we'll kind of just have to wait until the end of the year to really see where that area is headed. On the expenditure side, unfortunately, we do still have a lot of vacancies, but I guess on the positive side, we do have higher than expected salary savings. There will be some non-staffing savings due to the fiscal health contingency plan, but these are expected to be pretty minimal just because we've seen cost increases on services and supplies across the board. On the non-fiscal side, there's been 9 major city goal tasks completed, as well as 11 CIP projects that have been completed through the year. Here is a view of our major fund revenues with the far right column showing the comparison to the prior year. All of the funds are on track with the budget. Water sales are down a bit just due to the rainy winter and less need for irrigation, but compared to our current year budget, they're still on track. Parking has rebounded from the pandemic. The combination of increased foot traffic, more consistent staffing levels, and the expanded enforcement hours have really improved the financial picture for parking. Transit's a bit hard to analyze since most of that revenue comes in after the year ends, but as of this time, everything's in line with our budget. On the expenditure side, also nothing alarming. These numbers are as of the end of March. So although that's 75% through the year time-wise, it's very normal for contractual services and other operating expenditures to be higher than that, because a lot of those payments are made in full at the beginning of the year. Overall staffing's at 70%. So if you're just looking at high-level numbers, if we're going to be at 70, if we expect it to be at 75, we're at 70, it's about a 5% salary savings that we're seeing. Since our last quarterly update to council, which was in February, we've also accomplished quite a few things. On May 2nd, council endorsed the updated public engagement and noticing procedures, as well as other public outreach efforts to increase diverse participation. The flexible density program was adopted on April 18th, and the homelessness strategic plan was adopted on March 21st. On the capital side, storm response projects have taken center stage the last couple months, with major repairs done along the creek at Pismo and Johnson, as well as San Luis Drive. The council hearing room improvements next door were finalized, and there were some storm drain repairs at Walnut and Morrow. With that, I will hand it over to Emily, and she'll give you a little status update on where we're at with the storm costs.
Thank you, Natalie. So as you're aware and you've had the chance to review, there's a more detailed version of this slide included in the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. But we're moving forward. Our intent is to provide your council with at least quarterly updates on where we are in terms of storm recovery, what we have paid to date, and what we estimate is still to come in terms of expenses for permanent repairs. So this slide rolls the numbers up a little bit more than what's included in the agenda packet, and we separated out costs in the January storms from costs in the March storms because, as Derek noted, we do not yet have coverage under the state and federal declarations for reimbursement purposes for March. So at this point, we are operating under the assumption until we hear otherwise that those will be our costs to pay in the long run. The good news is that the March costs are considerably less than the January storm costs have been. And I think that that's due in large part to the tremendous amount of work that went into responding to the January storms, cleaning out the creek, being proactive and working with Caltrans to close the Marsh Street Bridge when needed. And all of those actions really saved us a tremendous amount of time, effort, and costs in the long run. All of that said, the January storm costs were pretty considerable. At this point, we are still continuing to receive invoices for some of the immediate actions, emergency protective actions that we took, as well as some of the debris removal. But by and large, we've seen most of those come in based upon the POs that we had open, and believe that we've paid the vast majority of those expenses. So these numbers in the first 4 rows are, I think, a pretty solid representation of what it took to respond to the immediate impacts of the storm. Debris removal is called out separately because, as noted in the staff report, FEMA has made an allowance for 100% cost recovery for eligible debris removal expenses, as long as the work was performed prior to February 25th. And so that's why that $1.478 million is called out, because our hope is that we will be able to achieve 100% storm or cost recovery there. Typically, outside of special allowances like that, FEMA pays for 75% of eligible costs. And then when there is state coverage available, which there is to us for the January storms, the state will pay the remaining 75% of the remaining 25%, which equates to 18.75% from the state. That leaves in a perfect scenario where we've dotted every single I and crossed every single T, which we are working very hard to do. That places the local share of costs at about 6.25%. And so, as Derek noted in his update, we are happy to be onboarding a disaster recovery consultant right now who is starting to attend all of our weekly meetings with FEMA. And the intent there is to make sure that we as an organization are getting the appropriate guidance and support that we need in order to navigate the FEMA and eventually the Cal OES processes to seek reimbursement. We don't have any assurance about when we will receive reimbursement, but we are busy at work entering all of our damages and our costs into FEMA's grants portal, and we're hopeful that the reimbursement for the storms will come faster than the reimbursement for COVID has come. Just for context, we're just now starting to, I think we've gotten one reimbursement check for COVID expenditures, and happily have been able to secure word from FEMA that a lot of our other expenses were eligible. So there's still a couple more hoops to jump through, but that work is still continuing as well, and was a great learning opportunity, I think, for all organizations. So the other capital and other costs, again, 75% reimbursement from FEMA, 18.75 from the state maximum. That really represents emergency protective orders, traffic control, supporting the EOC, supporting our field workers. We had considerable costs to fill in what FEMA does not refer to as potholes, but to perform road repair due to degradation that was expedited with the storms. And so that dollar amount is fairly significant in that $1.9 million. And then just under about $500,000 for staff costs. Importantly, staff costs, if it's regular time that our employees were working, by and large, the vast majority of that $476,000 represents overtime, regular time. That is not reimbursable by FEMA, but the overtime is. And so we're tracking all of that. We've got all of the documentation that we believe that we need, and we will be submitting that to FEMA and Cal OES for reimbursement. So costs to date for the January storms are at that $3.8 million. The March storms, just over 100,000 for a total of just under $4 million. In addition to that, we're expecting, based upon some pretty initial estimates from Public Works, that we've got about $4.3 million in additional estimated costs for permanent repairs. Now, as the staff report notes, that is permanent repairs to high priority projects. So San Luis Drive, as an example, that is a high priority project. That's something that we're working on right now. And that's something that we expect to be able to submit to FEMA as well. There's a number of other medium and low priority projects that we're still working through. We're trying to get estimates, develop estimates for, and ultimately, we're going to have some conversations about whether or not we need to proceed with those projects, given staff availability, risk assessment, and of course, impact to the budget. And so an example of some of the lower priority work is tree removal where it's necessary, more tree trimming than we initially did after the January storms. But those are conversations that are still to come. So the minimum expected storm costs, when you factor in what we have already paid and the $4.3 million of expected expense for high priority repairs, is that $8.3 million on the slide. And just as a reminder, the primary funding source for this work is use of the city's operating reserve. That is factored into the long-term forecast, both in the current year and in next year. And our ability to pay back that amount will depend on how we end the year and how quickly we can get the reimbursement. In addition to the $9 million, we are recommending in the financial plan a project for general storm repair work in the amount of $2.75 million to bring us to the total $11.75 million to cover costs related both to the January and March storms. So that is an update, and if there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to answer those when we come around. to the end of the presentation. We're, I think, looking to make sure that whatever format we're providing this ongoing reporting to you all in, it meets your needs and is clear and understandable. And so if there are any comments around that, that would be helpful as well. So looking towards year end, of course, like I said, any available undesignated fund balance will be prioritized to replenish the reserves to their policy level, as well as to make the additional payment to CalPERS per a policy that was recently adopted by your city council. And then as we've discussed, you know, in the longer term outlook, we've got a little bit of work to do. Unfortunately, we have an on-ramp to that, but as we noted in our 221s over the last couple of weeks, we need to take another look at the pension costs to pay down the unfunded liability that are factored into the forecast. Those don't have a significant impact through the course of the 23-25 financial plan. So we've got a little bit of time to work that through. And as we talked about, just given current economic conditions and uncertainty, we sort of made an assessment that that wasn't an immediate need. Definitely work that needs to be done, but we're having those conversations, and we will be back with an updated forecast once we've got a little bit more clarity about what that looks like more broadly. And then finally, to wrap it up, again, like Natalie noted, there's no formal action required tonight, aside from receiving and filing the 22-23 third quarter budget report. And as Natalie covered, this is, of course, in compliance with your council's adopted policies related to ongoing budget administration and reporting. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you. And I always appreciate these quarterly reviews. I know that these used to be on the consent agenda, but I do think it's really important for the community to see how we're spending our money and where we're at with the status of each of the funds, and I really appreciate that. I also really appreciate the storm updates. I think that's really helpful. I will say I was a little bit confused at one of the points. I was like, wait, I thought it was 9 million, but then there was the other totals that was a little bit confusing. Let me just get to that page real quick. Kind of quick. I think it was page, oh, here we go. Page 835, when it got to the estimated future costs, it started, I was thinking, wait, is it 4.3 plus the 9 million? So it kind of got a little bit confusing in that one section. Just, you asked for feedback, so I'm sharing that back. But I very much, after I sat down with Derek and learn more about where we're at, I'm like, okay, no, it still is the 9 million, got it. So that was the only thing I would say was a little bit confusing, but otherwise, I really appreciate knowing, you know, where we're at, how some of these items are lower or higher. When I was looking at why are our development fees not coming in, and it's like, oh no, they are, just some of the projects aren't coming in as quickly, so I appreciated that. Also, yeah, it's a positive and a negative around the vacancies, is we want to see people actually in the jobs, being able to do the jobs, so that people aren't stressed out and stretched too thin, but at the same time, it is, I guess, good a little bit to see the budget, so thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I'm going to drill down on, thank you for the report. Again, I totally agree with the mayor. These are really useful, and I think it gives us a good perspective, especially on, even in spite of all of the storm work that was done, how much other great stuff has happened in the meantime. You know, the summary of how many major city goals we've made accomplishments on, and how many CIP projects we've done. It's just a lot of great work in a short time, especially given what we've all been through at the beginning of the year here. Just to drill down a little bit on the section that the mayor was talking about, I was a little bit confused by that too, and you started to clarify it on your slide, but I also wanted to just get a little more clarification. I understand that we have about 8.5 or rounding up to $9 million in storm costs overall between January and March, and that's taking into account that we will get hopefully a big chunk of that reimbursed from FEMA at some point in the unknown time frame, depending on how all that goes. But I'm still a little bit confused about the other 2.5, I think it is, that is added to the forecast. So maybe you could clarify that a little bit.
So I think you're talking about the 2.75. Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to clarify. So in addition to the expected use of about $9 million from the operating reserve, the recommended budget for 23-24, which will be in front of you on June 6th, includes a capital project in the amount of $2.75 million to help to address some of the capital project costs. I think it's fair to assume that a portion of the $9 million will also contribute towards capital projects, as it has already, but the 2.75 is intended to supplement some of the high priority critical work that needs to be done. So it supplements the $9 million for a total of $11.75 million of identified funding to support storm response and recovery.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and the amounts are, the slide is gone, so I didn't have the exact amount in front of me. It was 2.75. But so that's just all still for additional storm repair, sounds like.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you all for your questions and comments. I just also really enjoyed the storytelling that was embedded in this document. And one of the pieces I wanted to highlight here is on page 838 of the packet. If you notice that our local bus fares are up 11% from the 21-22 fiscal year. It's really exciting to see more folks riding the bus. And I just wanted to make sure that people were looking through for kind of those little bits of storytelling that are embedded in the budget and changes in our behaviors and where we're spending our money. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I look forward to being on that electric bus, this Thursday. Check it out. Also, I forgot to ask you two questions. On page 829, and I don't know actually if it's for you or for other staff members, but I know we talked about, people often email us about vacancies downtown, and they're very concerned around that, but the business tax revenues being up, I would imagine has something to do with retail and restaurants doing well versus an office. Any other estimated reasons as to why business tax revenue is up?
Thank you for the question. It looks particularly up because the business tax is based on the year prior. So it's comparing it to the year, which was our COVID year, which was the most heavily impacted. So if you actually go back to 1920, the overall increase is a little bit less dramatic. But yeah, it's really from that pick back up after the pandemic that we saw in 2021.
Great, thank you. And then on that same page, it looks like there are more vehicle miles traveled on the road, which I think people were kind of surprised by. There was more remote work is what everyone was expecting. And it seems like people either are more tourism or more coming back into work, less carpool. Any updates on that or any thoughts on the gas taxes section?
Yeah, I think you exactly nailed it. So we do get those projections from the state, and they update them every 6 months. So it's based on population increases and a bunch of different factors. They have a calculation to figure it out.
Great, thank you very much. City Manager.
Yeah. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. So, Madam Mayor, I think that it's important to note that on the gas tax, it's somewhat, it's volumetric, so it depends on how much consumption overall that's happening. And I think we're still learning what those travel patterns are going to be post-COVID and how much people are going to be out and about. There was a lot of, I think, yearning for people to get out and about after being cooped up for a number of years. And so it's a little unknown whether or not those patterns will emerge. So we've been somewhat cautious in estimating that. And that also shows up, you'll see in the financial plan in terms of the projected growth in TOT, so those tend to kind of correlate with each other. I think on the vacancies downtown, it's just always important to note that we're, just below 8%. So I understand, there's some big spaces out there. And our downtown, has a lot of activity. And so even in a lot of the small spaces that you're seeing right now, there's active building permits that are coming in to tenant those spaces. The larger ones, those are just a product of, I think, the market dynamics and not really seeing, department stores filling up these days. And so I think there'll be a longer term proposition of how do we work with those property owners to ultimately tenant those spaces or redevelop them is probably the more likely option.
Got it. Thank you so much. Any public comment?
No, there are not.
All right. Well, since there are no motions to be made, we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic. Thank you so much for the report and sharing all the information. Next, we have item 7C, which is to introduce an ordinance to repeal and replace Municipal Code Title 16, approving a comprehensive update to the subdivision regulations. And we have Development Director Michael Codron and Principal Planner Brian Lavelle.
All right, well, good evening, and thank you, Mayor Stewart, members of the council. Michael Codron, Director of Community Development, and joined by Brian Lavelle, our Senior Planner, and he's the project manager for the subdivision regulations update. He's going to go ahead and start the presentation, and I'm going to kick it off with some background information and provide a little context for the discussion. Here we are in May of 2023. So this is the last item, of the two-year financial plan, the 21-23 financial plan in the Housing Major City Goal Work Program that's going to come before the City Council. And if we can go to the next slide, one of the things I wanted to do before we get into the presentation of the subdivision regulations is just talk a little bit about what we've accomplished over the past 2 years. The 1921 financial plan was very much about processing some major subdivisions and doing policy work. And 21-23 has been about implementation. So our housing element was adopted by the City Council in early 2021 or late 2020, but it wasn't certified until fall of 2021. So that was like sort of the first big step of our progress of implementing the major city goal. We then were able to do onboarding with our below market housing administrator. So our affordable housing administrator, House Keys, came on board. And while that wasn't always the smoothest process of transferring administration of affordable housing to a third party, it has resulted in a single portal, a single access of available units for residents seeking affordable housing in the city, and that's been a great benefit. And for the owners of affordable housing and for those leasing affordable housing units in the city's inventory, they now have a portal on the website. They have a phone number that they can call to get service, so they're not relying on city staff who have a number of other activities and responsibilities to help them manage their situation, do a refinance if that's the situation, and for buyers especially, it's great to see what inventory is available. We had adopted objective design standards and by right processing. So what that means is there are a number of housing projects now that can go straight to a building permit process. And it's not very complicated to do. If you have a 10-unit housing project, for example, if 2 of those units are affordable, that's a 20% affordable housing project, and you can go straight to building permit. And all you have to do is meet those objective design standards. It streamlines the process and helps ensure that people who want to develop that type of housing can move forward without having a lot of public hearings and extra steps to go through before they can construct. Mixed-use projects are now allowed by right in services and manufacturing areas. So I know Orcutt Road, Broad Street, those are 2 areas where we see a lot of mixed-use development, and this was an important step. We also implemented supportive housing, the Supportive Housing Streamlining Act. What that means basically is any place in the city that you can build a residential unit by right, you can also do supportive housing, and that's really important. We've updated our ADU and JADU regulations, resulting in 137 units constructed over the past 2 years, and streamlined discretionary review for all projects with fewer than 50 units. So the Planning Commission now only sees housing projects if there are 50 units or more, and that's been a big help as well. A couple other items here. A big policy item, we adopted the climate adaptability and safety element. We updated our inclusionary housing ordinance, so we've modernized our standards and increased our in-lieu fees as well, and so that's important to replenish our affordable housing fund, which we have been allocating. So in terms of the ARPA funding, $2 million of ARPA funding for affordable housing was allocated for the Anderson Hotel, as well as for Palm Street Studios. People maybe don't know that the Anderson Hotel was always, there was a long-term lease by the Housing Authority of San Luis Obispo County, but there was no protections for that affordable housing. So now with the city's participation, there's a minimum 5-year requirement for that project to remain in affordable housing, and the rehabilitation project is underway. We've also made grants or allocated $3.2 million of city affordable housing fund awards for 2 important projects that provide housing for homeless or at-risk homeless residents. And all that means, with all that together, we're continuing to process permits, and currently we have 214 affordable housing units under construction, and there are 257 more of those in the pipeline. So with all that, what does that mean? If we go to the next slide, Brian, what I do want to highlight is that the city of San Luis Obispo is able to buck some pretty heavy trends across the country and particularly in the state in terms of population growth. Our county saw population decline as a whole of 0.5%, but the city of San Luis Obispo was able to grow by 1.1% in 2022. It's not a huge number of people, that's 500 or so people. And our population on January 1st was 47,788. Just want to highlight that our build-out population for our general plan is 57,200. So we still have about 10,000 capacity in our urban reserve for another 10,000 residents. That's 20% growth into the future, and that's gonna take some time. It's not a race. It's about implementing our plans in a responsible way and growing according to the plan. One nice thing is that all of that activity means that the city does meet the qualifications for designation as a pro-housing jurisdiction. So my staff is evaluating that right now, and we may bring a recommendation to the city council forward if we want to do that. And that should make certification of our next housing element a lot more streamlined as well. So just want to highlight this in terms of all the work that's been going into housing. The subdivision regulations is another part of that. It's an implementation item. It's not a lot of policy here. It's just about how we allow land to be subdivided and what the requirements are for applicants who are proposing subdivisions. In terms of these results, really proud of staff in community development that works on these, staff in the community services group in the whole city that processes these applications and supports the development because we are able to grow responsibly into the future. I think we've been able to show that over this work over the past 2 years and with these results. So given that this is the last item of the fiscal year on housing, I wanted to just wrap things up for you in that way. And then I'll turn it over to Brian to provide a little bit more details on the subdivision regs.
All right, thank you, Michael. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of the council. As Michael mentioned, I'm Brian Lavelle, Senior Planner in Community Development. To starting off the recommendation, the Planning Commission is recommending that the City Council introduce an ordinance to repeal the existing subdivision regulations and replace those with the recommended updates that will be presented this evening. The main goal of the project is to implement housing element policy. I'll provide some more details on that component. At the same time, the document hadn't been updated for quite some time, so there was a good opportunity to look at some other updates that needed to be made in this document. Staff was looking to achieve consistency with review procedures of the zoning regulations, concurrent review goals. There was also some streamlining opportunities in the project as well. There were some updates that were needed for consistency with state law, specifically Senate Bill 9, which I'll cover in some more detail. Then just overall, there's some reorganization, some corrections, and various changes just to improve the function of the document. So as Michael mentioned, this is really the driving element of this project. The updating, a comprehensive update of the subdivision regulations was a strategic task of the housing and homelessness major city goal. And the goal there was to implement housing element policy 6.20, which calls for updating the regulations to include support for small lot subdivisions and other alternatives to conventional subdivision design. What staff's recommending for this is the flexible lot design subdivisions component. This is in chapter 16.17. This is the chapter that includes essentially all of the creative types of subdivisions that differ from sort of the standard lot sizes. Flexible lot design subdivisions are intended to provide for creativity and design, essentially ensuring that the subdivision doesn't get in the way of good design, good housing design. The way the regulations work, essentially, similar to a condo project, going by the exterior boundaries of the property, you look at density, you look at property development standards, and then interior to the subdivision, there can be variable lot sizes, variable setbacks, parking requirements, lot coverage, and all of that is again based on the exterior boundaries of the property. Interior setbacks can also be variable, and those would be based on compliance with building code standards. And all flexible lot design subdivisions would require architectural review at the appropriate level based on what's prescribed in the zoning regulations. There's also a version of this that's recommended for the R1 zone. It's more limited. What's recommended is a maximum 4 lots or a parcel map in the R1 zone. A moderate architectural review is recommended to be required for these, so that would require an architectural review commission review and then a recommendation to the director for action. And then these also differ from flexible lot design subdivisions in other zones, being that in the R1 zone, just based on looking at neighborhood character and typical lot layouts in existing subdivisions, there's a requirement that each lot would have to meet minimum area to support the density of one residential unit. And then each lot would also have to provide for its own parking, lot coverage, and other lot development standards. And then we continue to have the airspace subdivision component in this chapter. We continue to have the provisions for condominium projects. And again, all of these types of subdivisions do require development or architectural review based on the size of the project. While I'm on this slide or on this chapter, I wanted to maybe try to answer a council member question involving the different types of subdivisions. It was essentially about the flexible lot design subdivisions, which I've described. And the question was regarding a common interest subdivision. How does that differ from flexible lot design subdivisions or airspace subdivisions? Maybe we can come back to this in more context. Generally, the difference is that a common interest subdivision includes property ownerships or subdivided lands that include, so they have separate interests, and then they're also combined with an interest in common with other owners. So common open space, your typical condominium project is described as a common interest subdivision. And then airspace subdivisions are actually similar to common interest subdivisions. They are actually considered airspace parcels. They're considered separate lots versus units in a condominium. The difference there primarily is that they can be a 3-dimensional subdivision that does not require common ownership. So the advantage with the airspace subdivision that many property owners have seen is that it's easier to sell property. It's easier to have a mixed-use project where you have a combination of commercial and residential uses. It's possible to have those separate ownerships without having all of the owners have to share that common interest. And then also in this section, council member pointed out a typo. This was very careful reading. The correction is down below. This is a section on in the condominium conversion section that has to do essentially if there was a competition, if there was allocations, if there was not enough allocations for condominium conversions, and we had more applications than was available, there's a ranking criteria. And in this case, just making that correction in the R3 and R4 zones, 150 square feet, and then the R2 zone, it's the, it's 150 square feet for the R2 zone and 100 for R3 and R4 zones. So just wanted to clarify that one. And as far as the goals of achieving concurrent review, there's recommended updates to Chapter 1604 and 1608. What staff's recommending essentially in most cases can bring subdivision review into alignment with the zoning regulations. We currently have a situation where projects that could be approved, I'd say the Planning Commission level, are required to go through an extra step just for the subdivision component at the City Council. So this would take advantage of the Subdivision Map Act provisions that allow the city to designate the Planning Commission to act on tentative tract map applications. And these are those larger projects, 5 or more lots typically. So those larger projects that include, say, 50+ units could be acted on for both the subdivision and project component at the Planning Commission. And then another provision's been added to allow condominium projects that meet certain findings to be processed as tentative parcel maps. This is important because this means that essentially the development review component would determine the sort of how far, whether or not a condominium project needs to be reviewed at the Planning Commission or at the director level. And then staff's made some other modifications just to make it a little bit more clear on the requirements for when tentative parcel maps or when a tentative tract map is required. To address state law for urban lot splits, there's a recommended new chapter to address Senate Bill 9. This is the state law that requires local jurisdictions to objectively or in a ministerial method approve proposed urban lot splits. And the recommended provisions essentially just fill some of those gaps that are in the government code. Most of what's in this section reflects the government code or what's in Senate Bill 9. But these sections will make it a lot easier to process projects under Senate Bill 9 for staff and property owners. Objective standards have been added just to make clear where lot lines can be located. There's provisions for lot lines just to ensure that we don't have illogical lot patterns, that lots created under SB 9 are generally consistent with the prevailing pattern of the neighborhood. There's requirements for access, generally compliance with setbacks is required. And then there's a criteria for exceptions. So essentially it's clear in the regulations that SB 9 subdivisions should comply with standard city regulations. And then if they can't, that sort of is a process that the property owner or applicant would need to go through to justify basically why it isn't possible to redesign the subdivision to comply with standard city requirements. And this was also an opportunity to better implement the general plan. The subdivision design standards have been modified to also in support of that Senate Bill 9 and for other lot lines. There's some updated provisions for lot line configurations. And then cross-references have been added to the subdivision regulations that reference the hillside standards and policies of the zoning code and the general plan. And that makes clear when exactly the hillside standards apply. So essentially over a 16% slope, or if any part of the subdivision is proposed in a designated hillside planning area. And then per the recommendation of the transportation manager and public works, the alternative design standards and related figures are also being removed, as those essentially no longer don't have a practical value in the subdivision regulations. As far as general plan consistency, the subdivision regulations directly implement the housing element, allowing for the flexible lot design, creative subdivisions proposed under small lot subdivisions. It provides clear standards. It takes advantage of opportunities to provide concurrent review with the zoning regulations and streamlined review also. And the updates also implement land use element policy for subdivisions proposed on hillsides. And overall, the subdivision regulations update support general plan implementation by better coordinating with the subdivision regulations with other planning regulations. As far as previous review, the Planning Commission reviewed the update on April 12th and recommended the council approve the recommended updates. And for environmental review, the recommended actions were determined to be exempt pursuant to the general rule. It exempts activities where it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility for causing a significant effect on the environment. And in this case, with the subdivision regulations, this is an implementation document dealing primarily with ownership boundaries, and there aren't any proposed updates or modifications that could change what's already allowed in the general plan in terms of land use density, intensity, height, or other development standards. As far as next steps, assuming the council votes to introduce the ordinance, the second reading is scheduled for June 6th, and then after 30 days, the ordinance or updated subdivision regulations have become effective on July 6th. One more, a minor correction to cover here. This is just to clarify, this isn't a change really from existing regulations. This is an updated section that was intended to make more clear that the city council would take action on any appeals of the Planning Commission. And the additional language was added to correct to capitalize city council, but the original language should have simply been removed. So that's a correction we will make. And just to briefly cover a couple of other council questions, there was a question on the condominium conversion section regarding the tenant protections, and the question was essentially, could that be relevant for other types of subdivisions? And the answer is no. The tenant protections are especially relevant to the condominium conversions because you have existing renters that could be displaced through the review of a condominium conversion. And then there was a question about the parkland dedication, essentially, why is the number of units for which parkland can be waived? Why is it 50 units? Why that number? And it's a matter of policy. It just has to do essentially with the parkland rate at 10 acres per 1,000. You really need a large enough project to be able to provide a meaningful, usable park area for residents. And again, there's the recommendation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And Michael, thank you so much for the kind of housing year-end review kind of moment. I think it was really great to be able to look at all of that, just kind of all in a row, and see all of the amazing work that everyone's done. So thanks for that. Any questions, Vice Mayor Marks?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had some questions about the procedural kind of provisions in 16.04.020. The Planning Commission, the heading is Planning Commission, but it has a lot to do with City Council also, and the discretion of City Council to approve or deny projects. in section B, it says the planning commission shall review and have the final review authority to approve, conditionally approve or deny. And then it goes through the tentative map applications with, where the planning commission is the final review authority for related development review entitlements, and then exceptions, and then appeals of action taken by the community development director. So in the next section, 16.23.040, appeal procedures, it says that any discretionary decision, determination, or requirement of the community development or public works director or the planning commission made pursuant to these regulations may be appealed to the city council as provided in this chapter. That's 16.23.040. So I just like a little clarification when you're saying in 16.04020 that the planning commission shall final review authority, and then later you're saying it can be appealed to the city council. I was just trying to figure out what the appeal procedure would be, and I got a little confused there. So if you could clarify, I'd appreciate it.
Happy to. Yeah, it's similar to other decisions of the Planning Commission, and that an appeal can be filed with the city clerk for review by the city council. So, right now the way it works is it's a little out of step. The Planning Commission has final review authority on the development project and the use and components of the use, but the subdivision itself has to come to the city council. So de facto, you're reviewing the whole thing. And so what this change does is align the review authority with the Planning Commission or the Community Development Director, whoever has the authority to approve the project, like outside of the subdivision. So it's the number of homes, the size, if it's a mixed use development, the size of the project will determine the review authority for the subdivision as well. But all decisions by the Community Development Director and by the Planning Commission are appealable. So ultimately, anyone can appeal these decisions to the City Council, and then you would have that de novo hearing or a fresh hearing on the project.
Okay, so when it says that the Planning Commission has final authority, it doesn't stop there necessarily if there is an appeal. That's
Correct.
What I was trying to figure out, is like, would the Planning Commission decisions be subject to appeals? And
Yes.
the answer is yes. Okay, so thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you for the detailed presentation. I was glad to see the updates with all of the SB 9 language included. And I know that originally there had been estimates that approximately 200 properties in city limits might be affected by SB 9. And I was wondering if we could get an update on the status of SB 9 uptake in the city, and if we're still thinking that approximately 200 units might, or 200 lots might be affected by it.
For the size of our city, we actually have a pretty large number of SB 9 applications. There's about a dozen right now that we have in total. Primarily, one applicant has identified properties that can make this work. And so our staff is learning that process, and it's a ministerial review, but it still requires a complete application of our objective standards to the projects. And so it's taking some time. So we don't have a number of approvals or production of housing yet under SB 9. The analysis that indicated about 200 units in the city could result was sort of a macro analysis. Now that we've seen some applications come forward, I think it'll take some time to get to that number, to be honest. So that might be sort of the long-term horizon for what SB 9 will produce in our community. Community development does have in its work program going forward continue to work on our missing middle program, and that missing middle housing program is about providing architecturally compatible multifamily units. So basically house scale multifamily housing in R1 zones where you're along arterial or collector streets that have the infrastructure to support additional units provided in that way. And so through that effort, we're expecting to see probably more production than through SB9.
Thank you. And am I remembering correctly that the analysis of about 200 units was potential properties that could be developed, but not necessarily that would be developed? Is that right?
Yeah, that's how I understood it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you also for the really great summary. It seemed like over the last year and a half or two that I've been on council that we've been busy, and you really have, and the community really has. And it's pretty amazing to see everything that's even continuing to come down the pipeline. And I know that our community feels it. And so, you know, they tell us about it, they're concerned about it, and they're happy about it. There's a whole mix of emotions out there about it, but it really is, it really does show how much we're doing, and especially in comparison to our neighbors. Thank you also for answering all of my questions that I submitted in advance. And I guess, sorry for finding some typos. I guess at least you know I read it all. And just wanted to follow up on the parks comment. You know, I appreciate the answer, I understand it, but I do know that in some forums, it's felt like our city is generally under-parked. And so this is probably not the only way that we get to more park space. We have lots of ways that we can do this. So maybe it's, I don't know that this is necessarily a question that you're going to answer right now, but if you have any insight, I'd appreciate hearing of it. Is there anything that we can do in this ordinance to make a bigger dent in that particular issue?
I don't think so. I really don't, and that's for a couple of reasons. I mean, one is that just for these subdivisions with 50 units or less, they're not exempt from the park land and park improvement requirements. So the city has two obligations for new development, and it is to provide parkland and to provide funding for park improvements, two separate things, two separate funds that are managed by our Public Works and Parks and Recreation departments. So the fees that come from the smaller subdivisions are really important. And you know, I think Director Abakian could speak to the value of having that fund to be able to continually make improvements, expand park areas where possible, and provide the kinds of amenities that our residents are looking for. For example, with the San Luis Ranch subdivision, you know, that's one where there was half and half. They provided parkland for about half their requirement, and they were responsible for paying in lieu fees for the other half, totaling over $2.5 million, which the council directed to be spent on Laguna Lake Park. So there is this additional funding that's coming forward as that subdivision develops that will be able to enhance the services provided at Laguna Lake Park. The other reason why providing more parkland isn't possible in the subdivision regulations is in terms of what we're actually able to require of new development. So the fact that we don't have quote unquote enough parkland today, you can't make up the difference just by requiring more of new development. In fact, the rules basically say that you can only require of new development essentially what you're providing to existing development for our citywide areas. In specific plans, that's a little different. We have higher requirements for parkland dedication and creation in our specific plan areas, but in the general city limits, we just we can't require more than we've required of everybody else along the way. And so those are the kind of reasons behind. There's a sort of nexus reason, and there's also utility in having more fees.
Thank you, and appreciate your honest and thoughtful
Sure.
response to that. I asked you one last question, and you gave me some more commentary in the hallway about density and what that means to people. And while state law like SB 9 and density law and the ADUs by right, all of these terms that have been sort of floated around for the last couple of years. And that makes some people feel like because in R1 zones, some of these things are now possible, adding more ADUs, adding more units, subdividing lots. Can you explain how that is not increasing density? Because I think for some people that feels like an increase in density.
Sure. So I'll just highlight a couple of things that Brian said about the finding as it relates to environmental review, that it's a project that can't foreseeably have an impact, and that this is an implementation. So subdivision regulations are an implementation of existing policy that exists in the general plan. There's no change to the underlying standards as it relates to density or the amount of development in a given zone, R1, R2, R3, et cetera. So what we're doing is creating more flexibility around how the area of a given property is organized and able to support housing. So right now there could be, I'll use like a 24,000 square foot lot in the R1 zone just as an example, right? So that would be like 4 standard size lots. So standard size lot in the city is 6,000 square feet. You can build 1 single family home on that, plus an ADU and those things. But really, we talk about 6,000 square feet a lot. Now the subdivision standards has rules for how much street frontage a given lot has to have, how much width, how much depth, and sometimes that existing area, that 24,000 square feet, is arranged in a way where you can't accomplish all of those standards of a normal subdivision that you would see, like a traditional subdivision that you would see. What this flexibility provides is that as long as the area is there, those lot lines can be arranged in such a way that you could still do the 4 units. So it's more flexibility in order to be efficient with the land that the city is already allocated for urban development. And that's one of our core land use goals, is that the land within the city's urban reserve that's already committed to development, that has the infrastructure, we should use that as efficiently as possible. And that's what these subdivision regulations do. They allow for land to be organized in an efficient way. So we're not having a lot of extra land around that isn't really serving our housing goals or our other goals. At the same time, we have all of our residential project objectives. We have architecture review requirements. So we are evaluating projects, especially subdivisions under this chapter, for residential quality. We have less ability with SB 9 and with ADUs to apply those residential project objectives from our general plan, because those are ministerial. But these are all discretionary reviews under the subdivision regulations, where we can apply those standards and make sure we're dealing with things like overlook and useful open space areas, good architectural design. We implement through our zoning regulations too, compatible infill development, so that you don't see a lot of new housing being developed in an infill situation where you've got different roof styles and heights and just completely different architectural styles. So we're able to manage that through our zoning regulation standards as well.
Thank you for the subdivision 101 right there.
Well, if no further questions, are there any public comment, or is there any public comment?
No, there's not.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for all the information you've shared. Any additional thoughts or questions before we get to voting? No? Wow. You've done a really thorough job when we don't have additional deliberation. Well, Councilmember Pease.
I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Wonderful. Councilmember Shoresman.
We'll second it.
Great. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. We're just going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go back to the next topic. Well, thanks for that break, and we'll go ahead and get back to item 7D, the Getty Hill Open Space Conservation Plan. And you are not Greg Herman. I see Bob Hill. And okay, so we'll have staff present that report. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor and council members. We're happy to be here. It's not every day that we get to officially open a new open space in the city, so this is an exciting moment for us. And I just want to take a moment to thank the staff from the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources, Bob Hill, and especially Marina Verano, our intern, who took the lead role in developing this plan. And also, this is her first city council presentation this evening as well, and we know she's going to do a great job.
Welcome, Marina.
Thank you, Greg, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob Hill. I also want to echo Greg's comments. And you know, they say about land that they're not making it anymore. And so, whenever we have an opportunity to establish and inaugurate a new open space in our town, knowing how important and valued and cherished it is by our citizenry, it's a really special moment for us. And we're just really honored and privileged to bring forward this plan tonight. I'm going to introduce Marina Verano, who's been an intern in our Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources for about the last year or so. Marina is just wrapping up her master's in city and regional planning. She'll graduate in about a month from now. And I just want to publicly thank you and appreciate your hard work, Marina, that you've done for us here. As council may be aware, in our Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources, that we really take seriously our commitment to professional development and professional mentorship. And so these opportunities for learning and growing, we think are really important to our profession and what we're trying to accomplish. Because when it comes to climate action and saving 30% of our lands by 2030, we're going to need to train an army to get it done. So we take that really seriously. I'd also like to thank and appreciate Greg Avakian from our Parks and Rec Director, who's here and joining us tonight, who of course oversees our Ranger Service program. And truly the recommendations we're bringing forward tonight to our Jersey City Council are reflective of a team effort between all of the Natural Resources Program and Ranger Service working together as a team. With that, I'll have Marina present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Hello, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'll get started on our presentation now. So the staff recommendation before you tonight is to adopt a resolution to approve the Ragetti Hill Open Space Conservation Plan and adopt an addendum to the Orchid Area Specific Plan Final Environmental Impact Report. So tonight we'll talk about what a conservation plan is, why we create them for our open spaces, and how we arrived at our management recommendations for Ragetti Hill Open Space. To do this, we'll cover parts of the conservation plan, including site context, property history, biological inventory, conservation plan goals, site needs and recommendations, and public engagement. So for context, conservation plans are created for each city open space to guide how an open space will be enhanced, maintained, and preserved over time. The city acquired Ragetti Hill Open Space in 2018, and as a result, must now develop a conservation plan to guide its management. The development of this conservation plan is required and guided by a number of council-adopted plans and policies. These plans include the conservation and open space element of the general plan, the 2010 Orchid Area Specific Plan, the city's conservation guidelines for open space lands, and the city's open space maintenance plan. As we were drafting the conservation plan, we looked to a number of specific council-adopted policies and plans for guidance, including the conservation, open space, and parks and recreation elements of the general plan, which provided key guidance for passive recreation, resource protection, habitat conservation, and plan development. We also looked to the open space regulations of the city's municipal code, as well as other adopted plans previously mentioned. So the conservation and open space element and the conservation guidelines for open space lands also dictate what elements must be included in the conservation plan. And these required elements include property history, site inventory, goals and policies, needs, land use designations, photo points, wildfire preparedness, implementation, fiscal impact and financing, as well as amendments and updates. So this presentation will provide an overview of most of these components. Now that we have an idea of what a conservation plan is and why we're here tonight, we'll start with an introduction to Rigetti Hill Open Space. To start, here's a map of the Rigetti Hill Open Space property boundary. The 51-acre open space is located at the southeastern portion of the city near the intersection of Tank Farm Road and Orchid Road. In the map on the left, you'll see that the open space is comprised of two disconnected areas. Rigetti Hill, which makes up the majority of the property, is roughly 44 acres. And the Creek Corridor, which is northwest of Rigetti Hill, makes up roughly 7 acres. The two areas are separated by a planned bike path. At a peak elevation of 563 feet, Rigetti Hill provides off-site views of surrounding open spaces. Here you can see the views looking north and south, and east and west. Now that we're familiar with where the site is located, we'll discuss some key pieces of the property history. So Rigetti Hill Open Space is on the traditional territory of the Northern Chumash. 2 archaeological surveys were conducted on site and indicate that the area was mostly used for hunting and gathering and was not a major village site. The surveys also determined that there have been no cultural resources identified within the open space. After colonization and European settlement of the area, the open space was used as a private ranch for cattle grazing. And additionally, a portion of Rigetti Hill was also operated as a mine for the volcanic rock dacite, which is why Rigetti Hill is sometimes referred to as Mine Hill. In 2010, the city adopted the Orchid Area Specific Plan, which paved the way for a new residential development that had a focus on providing public open space and park amenities, which you can see in the green areas on the map. Subsequently, in 2018, the city acquired Rigetti Hill Open Space. And to give you a sense of the bigger picture vision for the neighborhood, here's a conceptual drawing created by the subdivision developer. You can see here that there are small linear parks planned in between some of the homes bordering Rigetti Hill, as well as a larger community park planned for just north of the Creek Corridor. And a hallmark of the Orchid Area Specific Plan is that these parks, open spaces, and bike paths would all be connected to one another. Here are some of the conceptual drawings for the planned community park just north of Rigetti Hill Open Space. This park is currently in the design phase and proposes a number of new recreation amenities, including a proposed bicycle skills course that would be directly contiguous with Rigetti Hill Open Space. There are also a few key legal agreements related to the acquisition and management of the open space. As mentioned already, in 2018, the city obtained the full title to the property, the majority of which is subject to a restrictive covenant. Additionally, in 2018, the remaining acres of the open space were dedicated as public open space lots in the approval process for subdivision tract 3063. And as a condition of approval of the subdivision, the city required the homeowners association for the subdivision to maintain a wildland fuel management zone and to construct and maintain drainage improvements within Rigetti Hill Open Space. Now we'll move on to some of the more interesting features of the property, like the biological inventory. 2 biological surveys were conducted on site. One was for the 2010 Orchid Area Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report. The other was in March 2023 for this conservation plan to determine if conditions had changed since that first survey. The second survey found that conditions had not changed significantly. However, both inventories did show that Rigetti Hill Open Space provides habitat for numerous plant and wildlife species, including 1 special status plant species. The dominant habitat types found within the open space include annual grassland, which makes up most of the open space, as well as coastal scrub habitat, which occurs on the slopes of Rigetti Hill, and riparian woodland, which occurs within the Creek Corridor. And within these habitats, many different native plant species were documented, including 1 special status plant species, Mouse Gray Deadlia, as well as other native plants like California poppy, blue dix, coast morning glory, rusty popcorn flower, stinging lupin, and more. Additionally, different wildlife species were also observed within the open space, including red-tailed hawk, western scrub jay, house finch, great horned owl, and others. We use the findings of our physical and biological inventories to develop the conservation plan. To guide the management of Rigetti Hill open space, the conservation plan establishes 10 management goals. These goals are fairly standard across our city open spaces, but are important in grounding our management practices. So we have goals related to habitat conservation restoration, cultural, historical, and environmental awareness, recreation access, erosion management, reduction of negative impacts, proper signage and education, scenic view protection, regular monitoring and maintenance, protection of wildlife corridors, and natural management solutions for non-native and invasive plant removal. To give you a sense of what it looks like to achieve these management goals, staff have identified a number of site needs and developed recommendations based on those needs. The site needs include new trails and amenities for recreation, erosion repair and habitat restoration, soil sampling, and ongoing monitoring and maintenance. Starting with non-native plants, 4 potentially problematic non-native plant species of concern were observed on site. For nuisance non-native plants like purple star thistle, we use integrated pest management practices. For other plants like eucalyptus trees that provide appropriate habitat for nesting birds and other wildlife, our approach is perimeter control and selective management. Any non-native plant removal will be conducted in accordance with the city's conservation and open space element and the city's open space maintenance plan. In addition to non-native plants, there's also potential for high surface water runoff and erosion on site. As conditions of the approval for the subdivision, the developers installed drainage facilities around the base of Rigetti Hill to help manage stormwater and reduce erosion. However, even with these facilities in place, there are a few areas in need of erosion repair, as depicted in these images. Additionally, ongoing erosion control and water management strategies are necessary components of site management. Moving on to recreation, staff proposed to install new trails, kiosks, gates, benches, signage, bike racks, and fencing at the open space. If you look to the map, you'll see that trailheads are proposed on the northwest and southwest sides of Rigetti Hill. And if you look to the orange line, you'll see the already built trail to the summit. Staff proposed for this trail to be a single-use hiking trail only. And if you look to the brown lines, you'll see the planned multi-use loop trail. Once built, this multi-use trail would be open to both cyclists and hikers. Also, as mentioned earlier, the design plans for the new community park just north of the site include a new paved bicycle pump track and a new dirt bicycle skills course, among numerous other recreation amenities. Staff would also like to acknowledge that City Council has received a number of public comments related to the proposed hiking-only trail. Those comments will be addressed later in the presentation. So this table essentially shows what it takes to turn empty land into a city open space. So the plan proposes to add kiosks, trash cans, gates, and bike racks at both trailheads, benches at the summit, trail signage throughout the site, as well as native planting. These amenities can be covered by the ongoing program budgets and CIP funds for the Natural Resources Program and Ranger Service. Updates to the conservation plan are anticipated on the 7 to 10 year time horizon as needed. And according to the city's conservation guidelines for open space lands, amendments to the plan may be requested by formal written correspondence to the city manager. In addition to the approval of the conservation plan itself, staff recommend the adoption of an addendum to the 2010 Orchid Area Specific Plan Final Environmental Impact Report. An addendum to the 2010 EIR was prepared, which determined that the conservation plan would not result in any new impacts beyond those previously disclosed in the 2010 EIR. Because no new significant impacts would occur as a result of the conservation plan, Staff find the addendum to the 2010 final EIR is appropriate to address the proposed Rigetti Hill Open Space Conservation Plan. And lastly, we will summarize public engagement on the item. So a public open house was held in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Department on April 11th and had approximately 200 attendees. Participants had the opportunity to learn about, ask questions, and provide input on the proposed management of Rigetti Hill Open Space. And additionally, City Council has received a number of written public comments regarding the trail to the summit. The staff recommendation is to make the out and back trail to the summit a single-use hiking-only trail. This recommendation is based on staff observation of site conditions and concerns regarding potential user conflict between cyclists and hikers, as well as potential for trail erosion. You'll see in written public comments that some community members would like this to be a multi-use trail open to both hikers and cyclists. While the staff recommendation requests for the trail to the summit to be hiking only, we acknowledge that bike infrastructure is important to the community. Because of this, the conservation plan proposes to add a new bike loop trail around the lower portion of Rigetti Hill, as indicated by the brown lines on screen. Also, additional new bike amenities are proposed for the neighboring park. We will conclude the presentation by restating the staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution to approve the Rigetti Hill Open Space Conservation Plan and adopt an addendum to the Orchid Area Specific Plan Final Environmental Impact Report. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. That was a lot, and I really appreciate you sharing the public engagement aspect of this as well, because I know we all had quite a bit of conversations and reading, and really appreciate that. So initially, any questions? Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, in your report just then, you talked about the trail and that there were some erosion concerns, and that was part of the reason for making the trail to the summit hiker only. Just wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more. I don't remember hearing that before, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman, for the question. Really, our recommendation is based on a variety of factors. Erosion is one of them, given, well, we take a step back. When we start in the conservation plan process, we start off by understanding from the very beginning what's the geology and the soils that we're dealing with here, right? So we have very high potential for shrink in soils and very fine soils, adobe type clay soils, which can tend to be more erosive. So that's the fundamental findings of our sort of soil survey that we do use a web portal through the United States Department of Agriculture called the Soil Survey portal. In addition, as noted in some of the, you're able to see in some of the slides tonight, the trail itself is on average between 18 inches and maybe 36 inches at its widest in terms of its width, and often it's coming around corners, and in one section where it enters into or out of the old quarry area and is coming around on the east side of the hill, the visibility can be fairly poor. So that was another area there. And then overall, the trail to the summit is about a mile in total out and back. And our anticipation, although we don't know yet, is that primarily a lot of the use will be local neighborhood users that live at Rigetti Ranch or an Orchid area, oftentimes that are simply out for a walk after work or before work, out with their dogs. It was noted in our agenda review this morning that that's certainly been observable at South Hills Natural Reserve on the south side since the establishment of the Toscano development there, that we tend to see a lot of people using that local neighborhood open space in that kind of way. However, we don't really know how people will use this open space yet, if it will be an attractive amenity further abroad, or how people will want to use it, or what will be interesting. So one of the things that we do have included in our staff report and in the conservation plan itself is that we will be able to periodically evaluate trail use and trail management recommendations and make adjustment over time as may be needed. So that is sort of built into the plan document itself. And then lastly, taking a bigger, more holistic view, our trail recommendations were also based in part on looking at a system-wide approach throughout all of our open space properties. And we had the opportunity when council identified open space as a major city goal in the 2015 through 17 financial plan. One of those work program items was to establish what we called the Natural Resources Roundtable, which was a 15-member technical stakeholder engagement process with representatives of a broad different sections of community, whether they were trail users or really interested in environmental protection and wildlife protection, whether they were academic in nature, Cal Poly representatives, or from the county, or from the agricultural community for that matter. So those were the 15 people that made up that group. And we had a long, lengthy discussion about trails. And one of the things that we arrived at is that on a go-forward basis, we wanted in our vision here to establish both multi-use trails available for hiking and biking when that's appropriate, but also that it would be important to identify areas that would be for hiking only, recognizing some of the special concerns that hikers have out there. So this was in part of our way of having fidelity to that vision in those conversations that occurred at that particular point in time. Thinking about that, I took a moment just while we were waiting for this item to come up tonight and write down what we've done since that time, since 2017. And things that we've done since then, we've established 2 hiking-only trails and 3 multi-use trails, the Reservoir Canyon Loop Trail, which is new, stemming from the waterfall area, and then the Choro Creek Bog Thistle Extension Trail, which is about that close to being ready. Actually, it is ready, and we'll open that up. And then 3 new multi-use trails at Miosi Open Space planned, and these are items that are included in the draft Major City Goal work program that will come to your council on June 16th. There are 2 hiking-only trails, and there are 7 multi-use trails, including the full build-out of what is envisioned at Miosi Open Space, as well as at the Waddell Ranch Open Space addition to the Irish Hills Natural Reserve. So that sort of in its totality is how we arrived at this recommendation. Long answer to an easy question.
Yeah, no, that was much more comprehensive than what I asked, but I still have a couple follow-ups. So how is this trail or this piece of property or land different than, say, Terrace Hill or South Hills, which both have some multi-use? Do they have similar erosion, soil conservation issues?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Brigetti Hill is very similar to Terrace Hill, although it still has its conical top that hasn't been lopped off the top of it. So they both have that same soil type, the same geological features, because they're both fundamentally moros, right? They're those ancient volcanic plugs that have the dacite rock. South Hills is quite a bit different. It's a serpentine derived environment, so much different soil and characteristics there. One of the things that we've seen, Terrace Hill is open for biking. It was one of the things that we talked about when we brought forward the Terrace Hill Open Space Conservation Plan, and also envisioned that it might be interesting and well used, particularly for younger riders or beginning riders that are just starting out, as a place to gain their skills and maybe use the loop around the top there, which is much wider and has good visibility all around. We do see similarly, there's a couple of little trails that come down off of Terrace Hill where we do have some erosion and some management issues, particularly leading right down what we call the nosebleed section, leading down towards Rachel Street and the Jennifer Street Bridge. South Hills is a little bit different and has a mix of uses there. So there are the trail that comes up and over the saddle from like where Meadow Park is over towards the Toscano project. But there's also a ridgeline trail that's very rocky that's also designated for hiking only. So South Hills would be comparable to this property insofar as it has a hiking only trail, but around the perimeter and in other areas it has multi-use.
Thank you. And then last but not least, you had a community forum relatively recently about this, and we talked about this a little bit, but maybe you could talk about the community feedback you got regarding this trail and what people would like to see if they had preferences one way or the other.
Yeah, thanks. We had a mix there. We definitely hosted several conversations where folks were letting us know that they liked and preferred a hiking only environment. But we most definitely heard from folks who have already been using the existing trail and enjoy it. It's very rideable for bikes and wanted to encourage us to consider that as an option as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Excellent job. That was a wonderful first presentation to the City Council. And thank you, Councilmember Shoresman. You asked a lot of the questions I had about bike infrastructure and just kind of the thought process and historical context there, particularly the 2015 roundtable. I thought that was important context there. You had mentioned the opportunity for some native planting, just to totally change subject here. And I was wondering if this fit into some of our tree plans and our 10 tall goals.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis, for the good question. So a couple pieces right there. The EIR actually from 2010 recommended that along the creek corridor section that there were some nuisance plants and non-native plants, and that over time those should be replaced with native riparian vegetation. So that's where a lot of the shrubs and sort of those riparian trees are envisioned. We also specifically include in the plan document, it's also reflected in the staff report, that we have the opportunity to do natural climate solutions here. And so there's really some outstanding opportunities both along the creek and along certain portions of the hill to do some tree planting. There's not a lot of tree coverage on the hill itself, which is interesting because when we look out across other Moros, we certainly see that they have trees in their sort of native soil environment. So we think that that's appropriate there as well in some cases.
Thank you so much. And sorry to circle back, but I forgot to ask my bike question before I jumped into the trees there. And we had talked a little bit earlier today in agenda review about obviously that there is going to be this new bike path that's going to be built in, or bike trail that's going to come around the perimeter, and that there's going to be bike infrastructure built into the eventual park that's being constructed. But you also had just mentioned that there are users who are already kind of used to coming to this trail, riding bikes, having access to it. So I was wondering if we had kind of an estimate for the time frame for when people are going to be allowed to come and use this in the way that they have been using it. Obviously not the Summit Trail anymore, or potentially not the Summit Trail anymore, but the perimeter trail, and then also the bike pump track and all of that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Regarding the park infrastructure, I'm going to ask Greg Avakian to address that. Regarding what we call the Phase 2 trail, the perimeter trail, we can start that right away following a prospective approval tonight of this conservation plan. So we would be able to have that complete this summer.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I'll add as well that we don't have rules and regulations. We don't have kiosks. We don't have trail signs, any of the other infrastructure that we mentioned. So that all is in the works and can be accomplished relatively quickly. Our rangers know what to do and they're good at it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah. So I wonder if the Rangers had any input into the decision to make the steep part of the trail hiker only, or was this just the Natural Resources Department?
Thank you. I can attest that that was a team-based decision.
And the Rangers, I don't know, would Director, Avakian, would you mind addressing the expertise of the Rangers when it comes to trail maintenance and classification of trails?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks, for the question. As you know, we have a long-standing history with our Ranger service staff working with natural resources in both conservation planning and our trail designs. So they have training on proper slopes, proper switchbacks, looking for erosion, water runoff, and control in those areas as well. This particular property, because of its rock foundation in a sense, was some challenges. So we used the natural slopes for that, and that's one of the key pieces that Mr. Hill talked about, of some of the tight turns around where the mine used to be in that location. We followed that natural serpentine around to the top surface. All rangers go through training. They've passed down some of their knowledge throughout the years. They all attend trainings. They do a lot of practice in non-sensitive areas over at Whale Rock, for example, in that property. And hopefully, when you have experienced our trail systems, we've had that since mid 90s and formally in the early 2000s. And even throughout the storms, they had very little major significant damage based on their construction integrity. And then working with natural resources, it's been a partnership from the very beginning, and we are in concurrence with the findings and our plan to initiate the initial phase 1 of the trail as a hiking only.
Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I just wonder if mountain bike enthusiasts have a role in setting classification for trails.
I'm just maybe clarify the question. Are you asking if we reached out to our biking community to have some input and in our trail designs?
But they do not necessarily create the classifications for trails, is that correct?
No, they do not. Yeah,
Okay.
they're a user base, and we do work with them. We have local groups, but we also confer as well as on the April 11th community forum, and they have some input. And a lot of our staff are avid bikers as well.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just have a question to follow up with Councilmember Francis. We're talking about the education aspect. Is that the transitioning cyclists off of that trail that we would potentially make as hiking only would be through the rangers and the kiosks and the education, if that was what we did?
Yes, thank you. I think if I understand your question correctly, so yeah, at every open space trailhead, we'll have a trail map. And at every trail junction, there will be a trail sign that will identify what the name of the trail is, what its difficulty is, how long it is, and what the allowable use is, as well.
Okay, just thinking about earlier when you said that people are using it right now, but then they're cyclists, but at the same time, if we change that today, they have to be kind of alerted.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. So, for the most part, the build out of this property is subject to this conservation plan and this environmental review. The trail to the summit was contemplated in 2010 in the Orchid Area Specific Plan, so that ostensibly had already been covered. So the trail to the top was built when we had time and availability just in the last 6 months or so. So it's been there, and it doesn't take long when there's a new trail before people start to figure it out. So we haven't actually formally opened the property. If you look on the city website, this one still shows as red, as closed.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
I just want to concur, yeah, that previous use was not city property or authorized at that time. So there's a lot of our natural areas within city limits or outside city limits are used. But once we establish it as a city property and we have our regulations in place, then we can actually enforce those.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. Something that somebody said reminded me about one more question that I had regarding some of the public comment that we got. And then also another question. The trail that's proposed to be multi-use around the perimeter of the hill, is that predominantly going to be paved, or is it going to be a mixture of paved and dirt, or?
Sorry, that will be entirely a natural surface trail. It's been sort of rough flagged. You could go out there and you could see where there's red pin flags that go around. So that's approximately where we're planning to build the trail. It will likely features some minor variations, some ups and some downs, and what we call rolling dips, which help with drainage and minimizing erosion where we can. And so I think that we have a really good opportunity to make it an interesting and fun trail, but it will be a dirt surface trail that is connected off of the existing sort of access road that went up to the old mine site, and also would be connected directly from that trailhead that's closest and fronting from Tank Farm Road as well. And we do anticipate that there may be some folks that live in the arbors that come across and use this property. The concrete, however, is in what's called the Trail Junction Park, or the linear park, between Phase 1 and Phase 3 in Rigetti Ranch, and that is partially installed right now, and it's concrete. Yeah.
Okay, that's the
So
part that
that piece is what's interesting, and this is just how the map laid out, is that piece will be considered a park. However, it will continue on down the creek in what's called the creek corridor. So we will have a portion built by the developer of a concrete trail and a bridge in what's been designated as a city open space, and then that in turn will connect to the park.
But that's not going to be part of the perimeter, okay? Because that's what I went and ran on today as I went to take a look at the trail, and I found that piece that looks like it's kind of in a gray area there between. And then to the point that one of our, or several of our letters spoke about, was the M Trail, which is also apparently a multi-use trail, and that has some pretty tight turns and pretty narrow spots. It also has some bridges and other features on it, but how would you compare that trail in terms of safety, conservation, erosion to what we've got on Rigetti Hill?
Thanks. So that's also a great question, interesting comparison. I would characterize it as, well, first of all, it's much longer, and it's not an out and back type of a trail where you can go different directions. But I think some of the primary differences is that, particularly for a cyclist, it's definitely expert level, right? You need to be really fit. Your skills need to be really strong. Whereas this, if it were to be a multi-use trail, would be, I think, really much more suitable to beginners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you, and I know there's so many amazing, great things in the plan, and we're spending a lot, obviously, on the issue that we're kind of contemplating in terms of the bike, the multi-use. So I think most of my questions have been asked already, but the one I'm hoping you can comment a little bit on is the logistics of multi-use. As you note, there is kind of, it gets pretty narrow in spots, and especially on the one side, it's pretty steep either way. And I'm just wondering if, like, the logistics or what the process is for if a bike's coming down and a hiker's going up. It just seems like that's going to be logistically difficult to manage without some changes. But the cyclist community seems like, you know, maybe we try it and see how it works type of approach. And I'm just wondering if you have thoughts on if we've had other trails where conflicts are, you know, that's like a recipe for disaster, or, you know, that kind of concern.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question, or series of questions. And first of all, I want to state that we're really fortunate to have an outstanding trail culture in our city. Not every city that does, you know, so we're really fortunate in that regard, and it's certainly been part of our aim to continue to maintain that strong culture of trail use. So just in terms of fundamentals and protocol and ethics, uphill traffic always has the right of way, whether, so if hikers are coming up and a biker's coming down, then the expectation is that the biker will yield to the traffic that's coming up. And there are certainly some places where there's enough room where somebody that's yielding, whether they're a hiker or biker, would have room to stand aside while that uphill traffic is passing. And there are a few spots where it's maybe as wide as this table, where it, you know, it'd be a little bit closer together, you know, that kind of thing. Oftentimes, you know, those spots you do have a little bit better line of sight, so you can see somebody's coming ahead of time and maybe just pause until they get there and that kind of a thing. That's generally how it's done. And Unfortunately, sometimes when it's a close contact and the trail's narrow, you wind up having to step into the bushes or something like that. So, you know, those are the kind of unfortunate things. My perception, and I use trails for both hiking and biking all the time, is that 98% of the people out there are really great. They're polite, they're good stewards, they're friendly. So we don't, I just really want to emphasize that. There's like not very many bad guys out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for all these questions that are taking care of asking most of my questions, but I do kind of want to go a little bit further on that question. We're kind of looking at this as there's always there's times where you can evaluate as the director of Parks and Rec. With that periodic evaluation, we could say today, hiking only, and then try it out for a while, and we could decide later, not we, the director could decide later, okay, let's try a pilot program of biking, or is that something we have to come back here first?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. And to get right to your, I don't think we would need, we could do that and we wouldn't need to come back to council to make that type of a change. So I think in general, staff has that administrative ability. In this case, in the staff report and the plan, we've specifically built in that sort of administrative ability to monitor and make adjustments over time if things aren't going the way we think they are. Another core component that's originally spelled out in the conservation guidelines that's reflected in this plan and all of the other plans is this idea of levels of acceptable change, right? And the way that we evaluate levels of acceptable change is based on the baseline photos that are in there. So we take photos at the time that we establish the open space, we go back once a year, we shoot the same photo, and we see how conditions have changed over time. At Bishop Peak, for example, when we did the update there, we saw that trails that had been this wide were now twice as wide, fast forward 15 years. So those kinds of things. So that led us to go back and say, all right, we need to concentrate on some restoration of some of those areas that had really seen a lot of use. So I think that the recommendation here, where we're proposing a single-use hiking only now to start, we can continue to look at that. I think what will be really interesting is we'll have the bike skills course and pump track coming in time at the new park. We'll have as soon as by this summer, we'll have the multi-use trail that goes around the perimeter. And if over time, what we find is that is really resulting in a lot of folks that are really enthusiastic about biking and we're not seeing that there's a lot of potential for conflict, we could make that adjustment.
Thank you. Mr. Avakian?
I think it was addressed earlier also about timing of some of these. So I think with our recommendation from the staff is to initiate a hiking only. We're months away from the bottom, the perimeter trail being constructed. We're probably 18 months to 2 years away from the bike park and the bike amenities at the community park being constructed. So I think this gives us a chance to kind of see where the community is going, right? What's the use right now? If we do bike and multi-use now, what does that bring to the neighborhood without the additional infrastructure that would support the bike community? So I think our recommendation is let's feel it out. Let's see where this goes with the neighborhood first. And as we build that connectivity of our bike culture and our bike community for the community park with our bike trails, with the railroad safety trail and the Bullock connector into the Rigetti Ranch neighborhood, then we can really assess in a more educated way.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right, any public comment?
Yes, we have one. Geraldine Clements.
Thank you.
Well, there it is. I can't see it. Hey, hi, I'm Jerry Clements from San Luis Obispo. I'm always excited when it comes to open spaces. Let's see. One of the things that is coming to the forefront of my mind, though, is that, okay, it's hiking, biking, right? And so to me, that means it's not ADA accessible. More than likely, it's not. And even though there are people that are in wheelchairs that actually do like to go up steep hills, you know, but for this phase starting out, yeah, anyway, I just let you know that hopefully maybe in the future, we may be able to do something like that. I know that for myself, I'm really going to be excited. You want to know why I'm going to be excited about this? Now that I know that the city owns this property, I won't have to jump somebody's fence to climb up some hill that I've always wanted to climb up. That's down. I live off of Broad, right? And I know I'm making light, but it's so true because I really do miss climbing up hills. Because everything's fenced. And, you know, the important thing also about this is the fragmentation. Want to make sure we don't fragment, you know, our lands, like for different corridors, especially if, you know, we do start transplanting native plants and stuff like that. When we do that, that's going to bring in more species. You know, eventually it will. It may not right away, but gosh, there I go again. I lost my train of thought. And I didn't realize until it was explained to me how close this is to where I live. I didn't even know it was there. I've never even been down that road. You can tell I've been very isolated. But I do see, I thought we were talking about the down on Tank Farm Road, and that's on the right-hand side, because the housing, that's the other thing. You know, we're always concerned about housing. I know we have to do a lot of housing. I really don't want to see housing put in down on Tank Farm Road. We really need to reevaluate that. I think it's a dangerous situation that really has not been taken care of. We need to leave it as like a wetland type of area. There's so many. Okay, anyway.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. And ADA is definitely always a challenge, I would imagine, when planning around trails. If you have any input on that, I would love to hear it.
Yeah, thank you. So the American Disabilities Act always requires a public agency like ours to make a reasonable accommodation and to do our best in that regard. So several of our, and there are wheelchairs users that use trails, and we know some of them. And so at several of our properties like Johnson Ranch, we have installed swing gates and that can be used by folks that have disabilities. At Laguna Lake Natural Reserve, Council may recall we installed an ADA-specific trail there. It's a nice little walking area, and it also gets used by folks pushing strollers or that are using a cane or maybe are older or that kind of thing. So we do have some of those facilities, and then also there are some pretty nifty attachments for wheelchairs now that are even increasing more accessibility as well.
That's great. Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you for the great presentation for a first timer. You did a great job. Thank you for the public comment. And I appreciate you, pushing us to continue to think about what does this mean for our disabled community and what can we do to further accommodate, and maybe we can look at ways that the trail that goes around the hill might possibly be something that could be ADA accessible. I don't know. I'll leave that to our Parks Director and other staff here to figure that out. But I would agree, having hiked the trail this afternoon, just to kind of get a really in-person recent recollection of it, that it's probably not a trail that most people that aren't at least able to walk around on two legs can use very easily. I I think this plan is a great plan. I think you've taken into account all of the things that I was going to ask questions about. I asked you several about some of the conservation elements and the special status species offline, and I feel like you've all done a really great job of making sure that we are taking care of everything that we need to do in this space. So I'm fully in support of the plan. I think, as you can probably tell, the one thing that I would like to have a further discussion on with the council here is about that trail to the top of the hill. Like I said, having just hiked it this afternoon, it's got really good sight lines. There is not very many places, maybe one or two, where you couldn't step off the trail. It's even been nicely mowed, so there isn't even very much, grass that you would step off the immediate dirt portion. And I think that there's great sight lines all the way around, all the way to the top. And I do think that it's mostly going to have residential traffic on it. I don't think it's a destination trail for, especially not hardcore mountain bikers. If they want to go do a real ride, they're gonna go to one of our other open spaces, or to Cal Poly, or to the Ukes, or something like that. So I don't see it being a high volume biking trail, and there seems like plenty of room on the sides to pass, whether it's a bicycle or sometimes a hiker with a big dog can be just as hard to pass going the opposite direction. I'm not a biker, but I've had difficulties many times trying to get around a really exuberant dog. So I would like to see us take a look at maybe going the opposite direction of what staff is proposing, trying it out as a multi-use trail. We're going to probably find out pretty quickly if there's problems. Maybe review and survey it that way for a little while first, and then we can always back off. It seems like it's easier to back off of, it's easier to take away those openings and availability than it is to try and communicate to people now who have been using it that all of a sudden they can't. So I'd be curious to hear what other people have to say, but that's kind of where I am right now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. I think this is a beautiful conservation plan. I want to tell you it's very well done and a pleasure to read, and it's very exciting after all these years of the Orcutt specific plan and the Rigetti specific plan, and now we finally have the conservation plan. I think it's a beautiful conservation plan, and I think it's called a conservation plan for a reason, and that is because the main thing that you're looking at in open space is conservation. I think it's very important that we follow the policies of the open space element and the rules, the determination of the roundtable, that we honor and respect the expertise of our natural resources manager and of the rangers, and that we uphold their authority to make determinations on trail use. I think it would be a real mistake to allow the mountain bike community to set the policy on the use of trails. I think we need to start out, I think we need to approve the plan as presented, and as staff has said, let's see down the road if there needs to be an addendum. And as staff said earlier, the process for that would be to write a letter to the city manager and suggest an addendum to the open space plan, or to meet informally with staff. I know, just speaking as a hiker who's not a mountain biker, I've had the experience of going up a trail and being confronted by a bike with a very athletic guy on it coming very fast. And just in that situation, hikers have to determine whether or not they can step off the trail. If there's a steep slope on either side, that may not be an option. So I do think it's important to stick with the determination the staff has made. I feel like we don't need to contravene long-standing policies that have worked well. We don't need to undermine the authority of our natural resources manager and our rangers to set this policy. I think we need to respect their expertise. And I'm extremely excited about this conservation plan. I think it's beautifully done, and when the moment is right, I'd like to make the motion to approve it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you both for your comments, and then thank you again for a beautiful plan and presentation. On the sticky issue, one of the things that I found kind of most compelling in some of the letters that we received was access for kind of young bikers and those that are just beginning in a community where we don't have a lot of trails that have kind of the grade that's accessible and places for people to practice. And I'm really glad that we're going to be seeing this perimeter trail, but again, it doesn't really offer the opportunity for, that practicing climbing and going up a mountain. And I know it's very short and it's an out and back, but I was wondering, and this is throwing a whole other wrench into things, if we've ever done anything with sort of age limits for access. So if we could potentially allow bike access, as many of you have pointed out, this probably is not going to be a destination for bikers. It's not probably going to be something that a lot of people are seeking out, but young kids might see this as a perfect opportunity, a perfect place to go and learn those skills. And just to jump onto your question about having a discussion here about bike access, is it something that we could potentially do for kids under a certain age to have access?
Thanks for that question, and I'm going to have to observe that I've actually never thought of that.
Okay.
So it would be definitely novel.
Apologies for throwing this at you now.
yeah.
It's just something it was stewing on.
And I see where you're going with that and why that might have some merit. There's nothing, I'll just say there's nothing in our current municipal code in that regard, or any of our policy frameworks. So I think we might have to develop something to hang our hat on in order to accomplish something like that.
In some ways, I assume it would kind of self-regulate, that mostly it would be younger folks accessing the trail, but to get ahead of any potential trail conflicts, I could see an age limit being something that might help.
I would just add, I think regulation would be like who's observing that criteria, right? There's not rangers at every trailhead monitoring our open spaces all the time. So I think it would come down to, again, self-regulation and some signage and education. And it'll just be really interesting, I think, as we build out this area with all the different amenities, what community is attracted to this location.
Yeah, and it sounds like a lot of the folks who are currently attracted to it are the families in the area. At least that seems like an overwhelming number of letters we were getting. We're focused on that particular part of the access. I'll just stop talking at this point just to see what other council members want to say on this issue, but I'd love to circle back if, I'm sorry. City Manager.
No problem. So Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francis, I think, if there's interest, we would just need to get some direction about how you would want that implemented if there's consensus. And so we just have to think through, how would we, enforce that and then monitor that, and what would be the council's expectations. So, it's something we could do. We just need to then get some direction from council about the kind of understanding expectations of operationalizing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the conversation. I'm certainly seeing both sides of this. On the one hand, it does seem that there's a certain amount of let's give it a try as a multi-use trail and see how it goes, that the trail users might, maybe it's just increase the utilization and folks will work it out. And if they don't, then as Councilman Shorsman was noting, kind of it would be harder to add it. It seems like open it up, and then if there are problems, then you would cycle it back. So I could certainly see that as an approach, and I've gone back and forth. And I think, but right now, I think Vice Mayor Marks's remarks resonate just a little bit more in that we have our experts, a community process, came up with this approach. It recognizes a balance throughout our city. So I would be leaning towards incorporating, going forward with the plan as proposed, with the understanding that maybe there could be some flexibility, a program that I don't think council needs to weigh in on details, but if there are ways that, Friday ride day or so, if there's some way to, after folks are kind of up and running, if there is increased interest in having that kind of access, if that is kind of flexibility could be allowed in the conservation plan, either as it is or if we need to amend it in some ways. But otherwise, I think I would start out as the hiker only for the Summit Trail.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for all the thoughts. I really appreciate it. I also just want to say that, it's kind of starting off is that absolutely agree with all of my colleagues. Wonderful plan. Love seeing all of the hard work you shared. And also, truly, Marina, you shared it in a way that was, visually awesome and just really clear for us. So thank you very much for that. And I would say, Mr. Hill and truly, sorry, I just want to say Greg, sorry, Mr. Herman and Mr. Johnson, I always really appreciate the constant involving of all staff being able to come and be involved in the professional development and be able to present here and grow within their different positions. So first and foremost, I just think that's really great. So on the, my initial thought when I was reading through this agenda report was, well, I'm always a fan of pilot programs, and why don't we just let, based on the emails I was getting, let those who are mountain bikers go ahead and try this out, see how it works. But as I continued to read and I continued to receive emails, and I actually thought back to our last meeting with one of our public commenters, and then I was on the large trail, walking trail, biking trail, multi-purpose trail, yesterday next to Jennifer Bridge, whatever the one that's called, off Orchid. I was kind of also remembering how challenging it can be sometimes to be out of the way in a larger trail, and how do we maneuver around each other. So I was picturing the little, there was someone that shared about their young child and how it would be a great idea to have them be able to utilize this space. I also pictured the first time my kids try something, and they're not necessarily as awesome at it yet because they're learning, right? So I'm thinking about these learning children with the visibility challenges you shared and the narrow path you shared, and thought that's actually kind of not as great of an idea to be able to give them access to that. So I kind of have just gone back and forth around this. But in the end, I think really looking at the expertise that staff has shared, the April 11th community forum, and really going back to, I really appreciated you kind of reminding us about the 2015 and all the different individuals that came together to look at open space as a whole and the trails as a whole, and what does that look like. And also Mr. Avakian sharing that really by the end of summer, we'll have that multi-use trail at the end, at this space. So to me, I think there is quite a bit that I feel comfortable going with the plan as recommended. I will say, as a parent, as a supervisor, as a human resources person outside of this space, it is absolutely positively the opposite experience I've had of adding versus taking away. I find you can always add a little something, add a little bit more, add a little bit more. Taking away is like someone thinks you have taken away their most awesome, always should have had it, why in the world would you take this away from me? So I feel like if we're going to do a pilot adding something on makes a lot more sense than pilot taking things away. That's just me and my experience of what I've seen from many different individuals in many different industries. So that's what I have to say so far. Councilmember Shorsman.
I think what I was thinking, just to kind of respond to that piece, is that once hikers are using it exclusively, if it's opened back up, what I've seen historically is a little bit of more potential for conflict, because hikers aren't expecting to see other types of users on the trail. And so that may open up opportunities for additional conflict. Whereas if it's a multi-use trail from the beginning, then maybe that conflict is less likely, because you're, as our staff have said, we have a very collegial environment on our trails. We have a very conscientious community of users who are cautious and careful for the most part around each other. And so that's where I was thinking the less conflict might occur if it starts out multi-use, and then we find that maybe there's additional erosion because there's other types of users, or there's more conflict points than I could see on the trail when I ran it this morning, because I really didn't see very many. It's pretty, there's better line of sight on that trail than there are on many of the other trails in our open spaces. So that's where I was going with that.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And I did forget one more thing, sorry, Councilmember Francis. The other thing is I really appreciated what staff shared around erosion and wanting to see what it looks like. You know, the suggested time was a year from now, but you know, we could also suggest a different time. What does it look like a year from now with just hiking? Is the path expanding? Is it staying the same? What does that look like? I think since we haven't had this as open space yet, I like that idea of let's watch this first and see where it goes. Let's monitor it first. But that was the other part that kind of went into my thought process. Councilmember Francis?
Yeah, we had referenced the South Hills earlier, and I think they make for a kind of a really interesting case study that is somewhat comparable, because we have a perimeter trail around the base of South Hills that's multi-use, not exactly the same in that it's not a loop. And then we have a summit trail that's slightly more rugged, a lot more rugged than the one that we're dealing with here in Rigetti. But as a daily user and somebody who lives right on the South Hills, that multi-use trail, I've maybe can count on one hand the number of times I've seen a bike on it in 10 years of using it. It's not heavily used, but it was actually something that when my daughter was very young, we used to go over to the donut shop to go to Daylight Donuts. And that was the nice little incentive to get her out on her bike. We'd pop over to Daylight Donuts and come back around. And really, besides our family, I've seen 2 or 3 other bikes out there, just because it's not a destination. Some people use it for commuting across the city, since it is sort of a dividing feature in our community. And I know this is going to be a little bit different, and it is in an out and back trail, which is kind of the piece that makes me hesitate a little bit. But I also know that having gone and scoped out the trail, it is a truly excellent spot for beginners without a lot of conflict points. And so I just wanted to throw out one more discussion point for us, that I don't see this being a place where we are going to see a lot of bikers, period. It's not going to be something that it becomes a destination, likely. This is a prediction. I know that's dangerous, but just one more discussion point for us all to consider in our deliberation here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, this has been an interesting discussion, and I do think that if the time is right, I'd like to make the motion to follow staff's recommendation, including the addendum to the final environmental report, and to adopt the Rigetti Hill Open Space Conservation Plan without messing with their determination in terms of the nature of the trail, and with the understanding that the door is open to evaluate, as the mayor said, the effect and possibly come up with a change later. So that's my motion.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Pease and Councilmember Shoresman next. Is there another comment you have first before we move to second? Okay, Councilmember Shoresman.
I guess a question, if that is going to be the motion and seconded, what would it look like to come back and revisit the potential addition of access for multi-users?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I think we have the administrative discretion to do that, and we have the direction that we've heard from a majority here on council today. Just a couple other quick things. I don't think that we would have a policy conflict in doing that. I also had an opportunity to check on the addendum to our EIR. So I checked with Chris Bursback, who's the planner that helped prepare that at Rincon Consultants, and he also didn't see a conflict with what we're doing in the EIR. So I think we, without changing anything in terms of the language of the staff report or our environmental determination, we'd be able to have that sort of administrative discretion to make that change.
And for further clarification, what are the criteria that we use for determining that something is appropriate to be a multi-use or a? Is that too detailed of a question?
It's not too detailed. It's a good question. I think there's an element of subjectiveness to it, and of using experience and also our observation, right? So going out there, and the way I framed it in the the way that we framed it in the staff report was that we don't have much experience with this open space and how it will be used and what issues it will face, and so we really want to gain that experience and have an opportunity to understand how it's working or how it's not working.
One second, City Manager Johnson.
Yeah, I was just going to hop in. I think we would look to the council if it's going to come back to you. What is the indicia that you'd want to have brought back to say what would be areas that you'd like to have information presented if there's going to be an adjustment? So I could imagine, has there been any sort of reports of safety accidents? What has been the condition of the trail before and afterwards? Do we put, some sort of survey at the trailhead to allow for users to give us feedback about what their experience has been during the last, year on the trail? What kind of concerns would they have about opening up the trail? I think if those are just some examples, but if there's other areas, we'd look to the council. So if we do bring this back, that there's the information that you would have to make a decision.
What I'm hearing though is that there is enough discretion that staff could go ahead and make this decision. And I guess I was backing it up a step a little bit in that I heard Vice Mayor Marks say that we're basing this on experience and some sort of criteria, but then we also just heard that there's a little bit of subjectivity in making these decisions. And so I wonder if, and I'm just, again, sort of like Councilmember Francis was throwing this out for, future consideration, maybe if it's possible to have some more detailed or strict criteria about how we determine what a multi-use trail is going to be and when it's going to be a hiker only, that might make things easier if it's a little less subjective in the future. Just a thought.
City Manager Johnson.
And we can certainly talk to Mr. Schwartz and the rest of the team to see if there is some established criteria. I have to imagine there may be something, I don't know. We've scanned the literature to see if there's anything internationally or domestically that could give us some criteria which to base those decisions on.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Johnson, and I always appreciate your thinking about data and analytics and how can we reach a good, solid decision. So thanks for helping us in that regard. I do think that you can use survey tools. You can use, you know, the baseline photo monitoring that we're doing here, and those kinds of things that would provide us some sort of level of data about what's going on out there. I'm not aware of criteria that's out there in published literature for open space land management or published by any other entity, but there may be stuff out there. I don't, so yeah, that's a good question. We can check into that. And certainly, even if staff is using its administrative discretion in this type of a decision, we would apprise council and let you know what we're up to.
Good. Thank you. I have Councilmember Pease and Vice Mayor Marks. Vice Mayor, did you have a response to that specific question?
I just think that tonight it's almost 10 o'clock. I think it would be good to call the question. And in terms of a possible amendment to the open space element or to the open space rules or like that, if staff, you know, at some point wants to bring that forward when we look at our open space, what I'd like to do is stick by the policies that we have set and that former councils have set, and support the authority and expertise of our natural resources manager or official and the rangers to make this determination based on their expertise. To me, it should not be a political decision. It should not be something that is just sort of something we do on the fly. It's like the issue that we're going to deal with tonight. I think it's something that is a legitimate policy question, but I also would imagine that a lot of mountain bikers would like to see all hiker-only trails be multi-space. Judging from a lot of experience talking to this various members. So I hope that we can just go ahead and see if there's a second to my motion and conclude this item. Thank you.
Okay, since we can't really call the questions, there's not a second yet, I'm gonna go ahead and call on Councilmember Pease because she's been waiting patiently.
And I'm seconding the motion, as I think that we ought to approve that. And I guess I'm just, you know, similar, like, let's wrap this up. Let's go forward with what it is. There's discretion. I guess the one question I would have, I don't know if it's an amendment or not, is that could we ask staff to give us feedback at some point? And then we can just, you know, hey, how's it going out there, and see if we want to, I can't imagine that we want to totally get involved, but at least have some kind of a memo after 6 months about how it's going.
City Manager.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, we'd be happy to do that. We always monitor the conditions out on our trails, and so the ranger crew is pretty active, and I think we'll know pretty early on of, you know, what is the utilization rates, what are kind of the activities. I think we'll learn something initially, and then I think we'll probably learn more when the park gets developed. So I think we need to think of this as an evolving area, because when that regional park gets developed, we're certainly going to see a lot more activity in that area.
All right, so that's a second on my part then.
All right, so we've got a motion and we've got a second. And can we have roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for the really robust, thank you. Every word that was in my mind wasn't the right one. Robust conversation. This is a lot of, this is, it's a serious issue. When we talk about open space is not only, on our major city goals, it's something that every community member, well, majority of community members really care about. And we also want to be able to give people access, whether it's through, pedestrians, bikes, different abilities, and trying to really figure out how do we give that access in the best way possible. So thank you for your patience and your many answers and listening to all of our questions and deliberation. So lastly, today we have liaison reports and communications. And I know I saw Vice Mayor, you had some things out, but I'm calling on Councilmember Pease because she has it up.
Thank you so much. I had pleasure of being at Capslo along with a lot of you to have the ribbon cutting for their new solar panels, batteries, and impending heat pump water heaters. Super excited about that program. And then just today, IWMA had an orientation meeting. It was fabulous. They went through hauling, landfill, recycling, organics, had great speakers, and I think the whole thing was filmed. So you're welcome to go back and check it out. I was super impressed, and I thank you to the president of IWMA, Vice Mayor Marks, for helping put that together, nudging perhaps. And then just a little bit of on the announcement side, the Building a Better SLO is having their parking paradox presentation on Thursday. It's from 6 to 7:30, so there's still time to get out to Farmers Market and support utilities and public works. Is that this week or next, actually? It's maybe the following. Anyway, so you can still do Farmers Market and come out for Building a Better SLO, and you can go to social media or buildingabetterslo.org to get tickets.
Nice, thank you. I think you're right. I think it's next week. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. And thank you for those kind words about the seminar. There were 60 people attending. They were elected officials, staff, of IWMA, and then all the different solid waste staff from different cities, and the haulers, so the actual people who deal with the trash, and then the landfill experts. It was really great today. So on the, backing up a little bit, I did go to SCLC on the 11th, and it seems that just my perception that there's a kind of a low energy thing happening now with SCLC. And there was quite a bit of confusion in the discussion about possibly changing the structure. There were different kinds of votes, and the status quo ended up being fine. So the next meeting is going to be, I think, after graduation, probably in August, something like that. But I do think that SCLC needs some input and some energy from our council as we rotate, and our mayor for the next next round of presidents who come in. They've just gotten elected. And then I went to the AAPI Festival, Asian American Pacific Islanders, thank you. On the 13th, it was fantastic. It was really great. I was able to take my Rotary Exchange student from Japan. She was fascinated, and it was really a great multicultural festival. On the 15th, I attended a meeting of the 3CE Policy Committee, and it was right here in City Hall all by myself. Teresa and I were wrestling with Zoom, which wasn't working very well, but there was a vote to accept the county's application to join 3CE, and a representative from the county came and testified to that effect. And yeah, that's all I have for now. Thanks. But activity.
Thank you. That's great news. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Also had the honor to attend the Capslow Solar Project ribbon cutting, and that was a really spectacular event. I think they said $3.5 million in cost savings will be realized with the installation of these projects. So that was really, really great. Also attended the Frost Building dedication at Cal Poly last Friday, where our mayor spoke. It was incredibly lovely, and then got the opportunity to do tours through the building from the various professors there. So it was very, very exciting for our community. Also have been enjoying eating at all of the bike breakfasts, including the one at City Hall this morning. And Thursday we have one at Fire Station 1. I hope that you all will turn out there. So that's it.
Thank you. Bike breakfast, it does sound delicious. Yes, I really loved the Frost Center dedication. We also got to see Tina and Phil Bailey's dedication of the building, and that was really something amazing. Tina Bailey was a really amazing woman, and I really enjoyed knowing her. I guess 2 weeks ago, we had the NRC Nuclear Regulation Commission had their government-to-government meeting before the public meeting, and that was really helpful just to get an idea of what their thoughts were, how they would potentially make decisions. And you know, there was a person who doesn't live there. He's a residence inspector, and she is there on a regular basis. She has her office there. There were other inspectors as well. And one of the things that was really interesting to hear was through the years, I had just assumed that there was projects that wouldn't be worked on right now because they're going to decommission it. We'll deal with that later. We don't really need to deal with it. And what was actually the polar opposite was there are not projects they were putting off. It was, we have to look at this plant for the next 40 years, even if it's decommissioned. So we're not putting off the work that we would think that they might put off. So that was interesting to me. Also, we had got to have the Mayor Advisory Body quarterly update. Thank you, Councilmember Pease, for coming to that. It is always interesting to hear all of the different information that our volunteers have spent so much time and energy focusing on to give us recommendations, but also kind of how they look at our city and what we've been doing. And it's really, really interesting. Got to attend the Cal Poly President's Diversity Awards with the city manager and with the diversity manager from the city, and it was really just heartwarming to hear all of the stories from all the different departments. And if you get a chance to do that next time, I really encourage it. It was amazing. Just a few more, I promise. We had the offshore wind presentation hosted by the Tribune on the 4th, and Senator Laird came, but also the California Commission on Land, I believe it is. I always want to call it the Coastal Commission. I know it's so not that. And another individual that just from REACH who shared a lot of information that I don't know if it was recorded. I know it was for sure live streamed, so I would imagine it was recorded. You might want to check it out. It was interesting. Also because the Morro Bay community members and how they feel about the battery backup as well as the offshore wind. There were some really strong feelings there. And then lastly, well, two things. There's the National Association of Retired Federal Employees. They came to SLO and they were so thankful for being here. They love our city. They come here about every couple years, and it was really neat to meet all those individuals and really share about our community. I know, Vice Mayor, you've spoken with them as well. And lastly, on June 2nd, it is two things. It is San Luis Obispo Hunger Awareness Day. And if you haven't been involved in that in the past, really encourage you to look into that. And then it's also Texture's grand opening. Really excited to see how there will be more access for BIPOC individuals here to be able to access some services for their hair and for their mental health and well-being as well. So I hope that you can come to that if you would like. And then lastly, we have Councilmember Shorsman.
Sorry, Mayor, you're always a hard act to follow, but I think my button got turned off when I pushed it earlier. So, no, just wanted to make sure that I said a few words. Mostly, first and foremost, I want to wish all of you a happy belated Mother's Day. I hope you had a lovely Mother's Day, and I hope your family spoiled you rotten at least a little bit between packet reading. Last week I had, after following the government-to-government meeting for Diablo Canyon, I had the opportunity to, right on the heels of that, go tour Diablo with Supervisor Jimmy Paulding and Paso Councilmember Chris Bosch, and got to see really firsthand some of the things that they were talking about in the government-to-government meeting about, keeping the plant up, as well as talking about possible ways to maybe reuse some of those facilities in an eventual shutdown situation. Also, looking forward to the bike breakfast on Thursday morning at the fire station. It's always a hit in my household. And I have a HSOC meeting tomorrow, as well as just a reminder about the expo at the expo, which I think is tomorrow. So I'll turn it over back to the mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the well wishes on the Mother's Day. Very nice. And we have our next meeting on June 6th, which means that also wishing everyone a happy Pride Month, because next month is Pride Month. I will be at the Pride Day of Action and Activism on Thursday. If you want to come on downtown, we'll be sharing some interesting stuff there. So otherwise, I'll see you all on June 6th at our next regular meeting. Thank you so much.